Bom dia a todas e a todos. Sejam muito bem-vindos
Good
ao
morning,
seminário
everyone.
Modificação da
Welcome to this
Radioastronomia,
seminar entitled
Perspectivas,
Solar Radiation
Iniciativas e
Modification,
Desafios Éticos
Perspectives,
do Governo da Nação.
Uncertainty, and Ethical and
Este
Governance
evento é
Challenges.
uma realização do Ministério da
This event
Ciência,
is sponsored by the
Tecnologia e Inovação,
Ministry of
em
Science and
parceria com o
Innovation
Instituto Clima e
in partnership
Sociedade.
with the Climate and
Gostaria de
Society
agradecer
Institute.
a todos que
We
muito
would
nos
like to
honram com
thank
suas
all of you
presenças aqui
who
no
honor
auditório
us
do
with
MCTI
your
e
attendance
também
here in
aquelas
the
pessoas que estão
MCTI
conosco
auditorium, as well
online,
as those
por
who
meio da
are with
transmissão
us
online.
online through
Este
the
seminário tem
broadcast.
como objetivo
This
destacar
seminar
esses
has
sistemas
its
de
goal to
transparência na
highlight the need
regulação da
for
pesquisa e
transparency
ciência e
and
tecnologia.
research regulation in
Além
this
disso,
field.
as discussões vão
In
levantar as
addition,
preocupações sobre
discussions will
diferentes
raise concerns
perspectivas
from different
sobre os
perspectives
potenciais
and
riscos.
potential
E
risks.
neste momento, para a abertura oficial do nosso evento,
Now, to
convidamos a
officially
doutora
open the event, I
professora
invite to the stage
Oswaldo Moraes,
Osvaldo
diretor do
Moraes,
Departamento de
Director
Clima e
of the Department of
Sustentabilidade do
Climate and
Ministério da Ciência,
Sustainability at the
Tecnologia
Ministry of
e
Science,
Inovação.
Technology, and Innovation.
E o líder especialista sênior do Instituto
And the
Clima e
senior
Sociedade,
expert
Roberto
leader at the Institute for
Kishinami.
Climate and Society, Roberto Kishinami.
Podem se acomodar, por favor.
Please take your seats.
Inicialmente, passamos a palavra ao diretor do Departamento de Clima e Sustentabilidade do Ministério da Ciência,
First,
Tecnologia e Inovação, Oswaldo Moraes.
with the floor, Osvaldo Moraes.
A todos.
Good morning.
Eu vou ser muito breve.
I will be brief in my remarks.
As pessoas realmente importantes para falarem mais tempo, né?
Leave more time to the actually important people. So I would just like to thank the Institute for Climate and Society, my dear friends and colleagues who are involved here in this activity, and to leave you with a brief reflection on why MCTI is here, the Ministry for Science, Technology, and Innovation. The agenda for radiation modification is not in the MCTI agenda. It is not a priority for us. However, as the society and the institute instigated, MCTI could not look at this theme. This subject is very motivating, not just in terms of research, but also for applications, development, and it can have a huge impact on society and humanity in the future. And therefore, and although this is not a part of the priority agenda of the MCTI, the MCTI still must consider it as a strategic agenda for the future. So today's seminar will exactly let you all know what MCTI stands on it will be in the future, and we count on you and on the scientific community at large to provide us with a guide on what our activities should be in terms of the future. Thank you.
Agradecemos o senhor Oswaldo Moraes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Osvaldo Moraes. And for his initial remarks, we pass the floor to the senior expert leader at the Institute for Climate and Society, Roberto Kishinami.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Não. Tá. Bom, eu quero agradecer ao MCTI, né,
Well,
pela
thank
acolhida
you
iniciativa.
to the MCTI for the warm welcome. Without the MCTI, we for sure would not have been able to conduct this seminar.
Que é devido, né? Nós temos hoje no Instituto Clima e Sociedade
So the Institute for Climate and Society is a part of the philanthropic agencies that work with the environment, especially in Brazil. So our mandate is for Brazilian initiatives.
Nós sabemos, na verdade, que a crise climática está avançando.
We are, of course, aware that the climate crisis is growing more grave
Acelerados.
and at a
E
very
temos aqui a COP,
fast
né,
rate.
em novembro,
COP is just around the corner.
com o embaixador André Correia do Lago à
We
frente.
have our ambassador leading it,
E
André Correia do Lago.
tem desafio, na verdade, porque o contexto hoje
And it is quite a challenge.
internacional é bastante
The
desafiador,
international setting today is quite challenging in terms of mitigation advancement, adaptation funding, and whatnot. Solar radiation, which is the theme that we're talking about here today, it fits within that context. As the crisis becomes more accentuated, more and more we go back to ideas and proposals that have to do with geoengineering, which is a part of that set of activities.
Isso tem ocupado, na verdade, uma parte, inclusive, da filantropia.
This has occupied a portion of the philanthropic agency's time. We have a slide here that I will borrow actually from the SRM organization, SRM 360 actually. Thank you to them for their partnership as well, by the way. This is a reasonably comprehensive document in terms of investments and initiatives. This was done in partnership with SRM 360. So this summarizes the funding. So grossly speaking, we have around $250 million a year within this theme. Half of those resources come from governments, and the other half comes from philanthropic agencies. The interesting thing right now is that in the global south, we have 22 countries which get about $3.5 million out of those 200, and 12 countries from the global north, they get the remainder of that pool. It was pretty much the whole thing. 3.5 out of 250 is not negligible. Now, the type of knowledge that is produced, the perspective under which this is looked at, the whole array of impacts is, of course, pervaded by a northbound perspective. And that is our concern. We're not here in order to exactly promote solar radiation modification. That is not our goal here in this seminar. What we want to do is shed light on the fact that this is a set of technologies which has been getting significant investment, significant and constant and growing investment as far as the end of the decade. That's the projections that we have, according to SRM 360. And Brazil, as Osvaldo mentioned, does not prioritize this in its technological agenda. It probably shouldn't be a top priority with the great volume of resources. However, internationally speaking, this must be monitored, and this includes the scientific perspective as well. We have to count on our doctors and postdoctors here in Brazil who are on top of this, who are keeping up with the subject of what the research has been telling us in terms of solar radiation modification. There's a lot of possible impact and implications for the global south, and Brazil is a part of that. A big part of it, by the way. We have from north to the south, from the equator all the way to the far south. Anyway,
Esse é outro quadro que mostra que metade vem de governo.
On this chart,
certo?
we show
Metade vem de
that half
filantrópicas.
comes from the government and half from
Atenção, na
philanthropic
verdade,
agents.
pro fato de que
And
começa,
we call attention here to the
23
fact
foi o
that it
primeiro ano em
starts
que
in
houve
23.
investimento
23
de
was the first year in which
comercial.
there was a commercial
Então,
investment
já
in this
visando, na
activity,
verdade, eventualmente, em algum futuro,
already
depois,
aiming for a future
Paulo e Thelma vão
in which
explorar,
this becomes
né?
more feasible.
Isso
Paulo and Thelma will
vai
go into more
trazer,
detail
na
on
verdade,
this.
atividades de natureza
That this
não
would
só
bring about
governamental,
activities that are not just be governmental.
Bom, eu vou parar por aqui. Acho que
Well, these are my initial
pode
remarks.
começar, na verdade, as exposições do dia, tá certo? E eu quero agradecer
I'm
mais
excited
uma
for
vez,
today.
então, a todas as
Once
parcerias
again,
que nós temos e também a
thank you
nossa
so much
equipe,
for to all our
para fazer
partners
esse evento aqui.
and
Nós
our
temos, na
team.
verdade, o pessoal que realmente faz
We have a lot of
acontecer,
people who are
tá
working on the
certo? O
background to
Adriano
make this
Andrade,
happen. So Adriano
Larissa,
Andrade,
certo?
Larissa,
O pessoal aqui da Collab,
the
né?
crew here from Collab.
Acho que são essenciais e são parte, na verdade.
Think you are essential.
Eles são, na verdade, a estrutura, tá
They're
certo?
the backbone
do
really
evento.
for this event.
Acho que poderíamos passar aqui para próxima
So we can move forward.
Assim encerramos a nossa cerimônia de abertura. Uma salva de
That is our
palmas.
opening ceremony. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, senhor Oswaldo Moraes. Convido a ocupar seu
Thank you,
lugar
Mr. Oswaldo
no
Moraes.
auditório para assistir às
Please
nossas
take your
primeiras
reserved
apresentações.
seat here in the auditorium.
O senhor Roberto ficará no palco, pois ele
Mr. Roberto will remain on the stage as he will mediate the questions at the end of Thelma Krug's and Paula Taj's presentation.
Quem está online poderá enviar suas perguntas.
Those who are online, you can send your questions through the chat.
Presencialmente, basta sinalizar com um gesto.
If you are here in person, just signal us during the Q&A session and we will bring you a mic.
Então, nossa primeira sessão.
So let's start our first session. An overview of the state of climate action. What is SRM? So I would like to invite up to the stage Thelma Krug, retired senior researcher at the National Institute for Space Research. From 2002 to 2015, she was a member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, acting as its vice chair from 2015 to 2023. She would talk about an overview of the climate action situation. Thelma, welcome. We'd also like to invite Paulo Artacho, full professor at the Institute of Physics at the University of São Paulo. He has built his career based on environment and global climate change. He contributes as an author to IPCC reports. Paulo will speak about the concept of SRM, the role this technology could play, and the spectrum of SRM techniques ranging from the ground level to outer space. Professor Paulo, welcome. Please take your seats.
Não.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. É prazer estar
Good
aqui.
morning, everyone.
Eu estou na minha casa.
I'm home here. I'm very comfortable. I am a retired MCTI employee as well. And it's very good to be back home here and see you all. Thank you so much, Osvaldo. It is very good to have the ministry exploring so many new pathways for research. So it is a pleasure for me to be here. Of course, I only have 15 minutes, and I thought a lot about what I would say in this presentation. I will try to be somewhat superficial. Paulo will go into more detail. I have never, well, myself as my research modeling career, I haven't researched this topic. My interest on this topic came from the IPCC. I was a member of the board for 21 years. So with each assessment report every 5 to 6 years, I've seen this theme come up and more with more information. The APCC does not conduct that research. It does an assessment of the entire literature body for each theme, in this case SRM, and it adds that to its reports without doing advocacy, as we call it, just stating the state of the art. So I went deeper into the subject. As I said, I was often a spokeswoman for the APCC, invited to panels to talk about the state of the art of science in this stage. So my last slide will talk about this in more detail. So I won't stick exactly to the slides, but just to guide us. So this slide talks about trajectories on how the future could evolve. So basically, what can we expect in terms of the climate state of our planet in the future? In the second stage, my goal is to just tell you that this theme is not new. We've seen so many different initiatives in the past. It seems that it is coming up right now. It is not. And I think that this theme has only never awakened the interest of the scientific community. Then I will talk about why we're talking about GSRM. And then at the end, I'm going to talk a little bit more about information and etc. This will be good at the end because I'm going to try to instigate you. So, indicative trajectories, how can the future evolve? So, the APCC splits knowledge into two main parts. What we actually know through observing multiple independent sources. This allows us to understand how the average global temperature is evolving, how emissions are moving forward. We have a pretty direct correlation between greenhouse gas emissions and the concentration of these gases and the temperature. So it's a triad. So the APCC knows very well where we're going through this very clear observation. There are wonderful graphs that Paulo will talk about, which makes it indubitably clear that we are very quickly moving towards an anthropic warming process. We didn't. The speed is quite staggering. This has happened in the past, but it took millions of years, and now we're seeing an exponential growth. Now, what about the future? So no one has a crystal ball, right? So the APCC works on scenarios. So multilateralism, the cooperation between countries, the mitigation levels, the population dynamics, technological development. It utilizes these scenarios, those two bottom curves. It could lead us to very low emissions, and from top down, or high emissions, and then an intermediary scenario, which is where we are right now. With each of these possible scenarios, well, today we are in the average. If we correlate the implications of these possible trajectories with temperature, so for all of these trajectories, it would lead us to the intermediary one. In the last 15 years of the century, our best estimate would be at 2.8 degrees Celsius, which is not distributed uniformly across the planet. 2.8 is quite staggering. So let's move forward. So I like to start here, because when we talk about SRM, we really have to also talk about the future. So, as I said, none of these things are new. I've listed a few of the UN initiatives, which started way back. The first one that I heard of was the Commission for Biological Diversity. It talked about a few precautionary measures. There's no governance here. It talked about, well, this is way back when, I think 2012, yes. The Biological Diversity Convention talked about precautions for the introduction of these climate interference technologies, which could have an effect on biodiversity, which is why they talked about it. I won't list all of them, of course. Pedro is here, our dear diplomat from Itamaraty, who has been working on this theme quite thoroughly. He will be with us in the end of the day talking about governance. UNEA, we had that meeting at the end of last year in which we attempted to start talking about governance within this theme in a more multilateral way, but it has been blocked so far. We will talk about the implications of that blockage. And lastly, in the climate convention, since we will have COP soon, was the theme brought up at COP? No, not in the past. And if you want my particular opinion, it should not be, because it will not be approved. There are various fronts, even social organizations, which have convinced the countries that they shouldn't start on this. So there's no consensus on the importance of this technology, and we will explore this a bit more. So in the climate conventions, we have parallel events, and in the parallel events, the theme is recurring.
And then we start to promote something, and something is going to happen. So let's move forward. Why talk about SRM? There are several reasons. When I've shown you the initial scenarios, we don't have IPCC data on that, but we should reach 1.3 degrees of warming. The last IPCC report was talking about 1.1 degrees. And so we are already at 1.3 or more, and we are feeling the effects. And while the warming is happening, you have more extreme events that are more intense, and we're feeling that, not only in Brazil, but also in the entire planet. So we have had them in the past, but now we have a greater frequency, and we are understanding that something is happening, and the intensity is clear. We are watching that in Brazil. São Paulo was a typical event yesterday. So we are going to have a lot of rainfall, meaningful rainfall that are going to lead to floods, and we are going to have droughts and an extreme heat with heat waves. So life is going to become harder in many aspects for the worker, for the animals. We often talk about human health, but we don't talk about the animal health. But the cattle is going to suffer a lot due to the heat waves. And we don't have this governance. And I want to leave some takeaways from this presentation, but Paulo is going to speak about the unknown. We know that this technology, which is not mitigation, is going to be there to minimize global warming, and it won't solve the climate issue. The emissions are going to grow more and more, but we are going to use some solar modification technologies in order to minimize the solar radiation on Earth. And therefore, we are going to have a lot of warming. And we don't know the potential impacts on health, ecosystems, ozone layer. We have many doubts concerning this technology. Could we have benefits? Potentially, yes, but we have many risks, unknown risks. So we should consider risk by risk. Which risk is higher? Having this technology that will minimize or letting global warming happen with the risks? So we try to observe the two issues to understand which is worse. I'm going to leave these slides with you. I've mentioned some of the points that I wanted to bring here, and I wanted to comment this interesting point. As I said in the beginning, IPCC, it's an intergovernmental panel on climate change. And one of the reports that they produce after 5 to 6 years, and we have 5,000 pages on several topics. And the governments, after interacting with scientists, they decide some bullet points that they want to insert in the reports. A few bullet points, 7 to 8, they must be covered. And then the scientists have the freedom to work with the reports and delving deeper in. But the governments, they don't want this report for scientists. 10,000 pages for a government is too much, we must admit. But when the governments signal something, that's because they are concerned about that. And for the first time, in this evaluation report that must be issued within 5 years, is going to enter this first work group with this very concrete topic of bringing regional and global indications for SRM, considering the consequences and implications. Therefore, the governments are now becoming interested, and that must be accepted with consensus. And 157 countries said that they wanted the scientists to evaluate the state of the art on this topic. And just for us to reflect, I'm mentioning here this publication at the end on solar radiation. And it's something dangerous, but it's also dangerous to reject this technology. So maybe we could have a balanced approach. 2 of these authors are going to be with us. Daniele and Matthias Honegger are going to speak today. So adopting SRM without this previous knowledge will entail a risk of implementation strategies that are inefficient or harmful. However, rejecting SRM a priori would devoid humanity from this aiding tool that is potentially power against the climate change impacts. So regardless of SRM being beneficial or harmful, ignorance will prevent the rational and balanced decision making. And I'm going to stop now, just in time. I'm being very strict with my time because we need to reflect upon that. The worst thing is ignorance. The worst thing is not having information for decision making. And when I started with the Fernando Henrique Cardoso administration, with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, we had to provide answers to many of the issues. And we received many calls. People wanted to know more about this issue. And many times we weren't able to provide an answer. So we must stop and think, because we must have this knowledge to understand it in Brazil. And we don't have anyone in Brazil doing this kind of research, but now we have. Paulo, the floor is yours now. Thank you, Thelma. Thelma has mentioned some of the big points that I would like to delve into details. I'm going to stand up so that I can see the slides. And we are going to talk about the scientific part of this issue. So what is the climate change status? We are observing global greenhouse gas emissions that are continuing to rise, 57.1 billion tons of CO2 emissions per year, and with the new actions of the American government, they must rise even further. So we could try and act directly with COPs, science, and so on, or we could wait passively. So this is an important issue for science and society as a whole. Basically, the reason is because we have the fossil fuel consumption that is increasing 2 to 3% per year, although we've had 29 COPs. Therefore, our socioeconomic system is changing the composition of the atmosphere, and this change is accelerating. As we increase the emissions, each decade we observe more and more an important increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases that is reflecting on the Earth energy balance. It's important for us to understand that the climate change issue is associated with this chart. So what we are doing is that we are altering our planet's energy balance. This is simple. Basically, we are altering this component of the radiation balance, that is the long radiation and heat, accumulating more greenhouse gases. To deal with that, we have many strategies. One of them is to reduce the solar radiation flow to reduce global warming. But how much should we reduce it? This previous slide shows that we depend on 340 watts per square meter that our planet is receiving each day. So, what are the greenhouse gases doing? They are changing the radiation balance from 2.72 watts per square meter. So it's a very small quantity compared to 342 watts per square meter. So this is a very sensitive system concerning radiation. So this is a very important aspect for solar radiation management. So basically, this is what we have today. And we are knocking the door on the emergency issue. So there are some details that not everyone is able to notice. that 75% of the planet's area is water. Water has a great thermal capacity and won't heat as much as the terrestrial ecosystem. That 1.55 degrees in average in reality in the terrestrial ecosystems have transformed in an increase of 2.2 degrees increase. So we've have surpassed the upper limit of the Paris Agreement in the terrestrial ecosystems. So this is important. If we observe data from Berkeley Earth Group, could you go on with the slides? Okay. So what we notice is that we see this acceleration and we observe the curve compared to the last curve, and we are observing this important acceleration. So this temperature increase is having impacts in all the terrestrial system and also at the ocean, atmosphere, and so on. What about the future? The future is showing us this scenario where we are having this average increase from 2.8 to 3 degrees in average on the planet. But what does that mean for Brazil? An average increase of 3 degrees Celsius at the planet as a whole shows that Brazil is going to increase its temperature around 4.5 to 5 degrees. An increase of 4.5 degrees in Palmas, Cuiabá, and Belém has a much higher impact than 4.5 degrees in Stockholm, Moscow, or Montreal. What does that mean? Brazil is one of the most sensitive countries to the impacts of climate change, period. And we're going to have great impacts on the Brazilian population, on our economy, on our capacity to produce food. That could be seen in the next slide. So the change in soil moisture with 3 degrees of warming is going to be huge for a country like Brazil, whose economy is centered at the agribusiness. So the agribusiness that we've had in the last 2 to 3 decades won't be so productive in the last decades, in the next decades. So we must think about the future of Brazil, because producing food won't be such a bright future for us. So these are important issues. Another important issue is the frequency and intensity of extremes increase with each additional degree of warming. So IPCC says that one event that happened once at every 50 years with this planet that is 4 degrees warmer is going to be 39 times more frequent and 5 times more intense. Therefore, we could expect complications. But what's controlling the greenhouse emissions are the emissions and absorptions. So the balance is what matters. So what about absorption? We had this paper published yesterday on Nature showing this important decline in the absorption of carbon by the oceans in 2023 and 2024 because of the temperature increase. So now we have warmer waters, and this is harder for CO2 to be absorbed. So the ocean absorption is going to decrease as we increase the temperature. What about the terrestrial ecosystems? This chart from several articles, including Brazilian articles show that the Amazon is losing its capacity to absorb CO2. So the terrestrial and ecosystems and ocean ecosystems, they are diminishing their absorption. And this is going to be even worse with the temperature increase. And today, the aerosol particles in the lower troposphere, they are masking 30% of the warming that happened due to greenhouse gases.
Recording stopped.
So we have 30,000 particles per cubic centimeter. They have then they reflect the radiation back to the space. So what is the issue here? Is that with the electrification of the fleet, this component that is masking 30% is going to disappear. So we are going to have a rapid warming in the next years due to the reduction of this component. So I'm going to skip some of the slides. Basically, the IPCC report shows that we are going to have millions of people displaced from their regions. Some of these regions in Brazil, and life could become unbearable and impossible in the next decades. So this is the scenario. So we have two actions. We either observe all of this process happening, not doing much, or we could work to try and find all the possible means to prevent this scenario.
That was when James Lovelock, who came up with this hypothesis in 2025, in 2005 actually, at that time it seemed a bit crazy that we needed to build 100 reactors every year for 10 years in order to actually stop the destruction of Earth ecosystems. With that proposal, everyone saw that as crazy, but it wasn't that crazy after all. He got the Chemistry Nobel Prize for his proposal for injecting aerosol in the stratosphere in order to prevent the collapse of our ecosystems, starting what we call climate geoengineering. This is a very important quote here to make our stance very clear. Climate geoengineering may be a bad idea. However, the alternative, not utilizing climate geoengineering, could be worse. That is a very important quote. If you have just one takeaway from my presentation, this is it. So why do we say this? The justification is also equally important. So the first issue here is that there's a very high number of IPCC reports. We've seen a lot of information about climate geoengineering, the National Academy of Science from the US. It's made a comparison, a scientific comparison. And here we have a few important papers. We have this paper from 2012. I've worked there in a workforce, in a task force rather. It showed the potential impacts of climate geoengineering in ecosystems. As I said before, it's not a new idea. It may be new to some of us, but we've been working on this for at least 20 years. This is very interesting. So you can see how this grew more immersion. A responsible way to cool the planet. So when it figures in the New York Times editorial, then there's something to back that up, right? A few quotes from that report. Even if the world drives emissions down to zero, the planet would not cool down for millennia. The residence time of CO2 would take a few centuries or even millennia. The second quote is, should we explore replacing the inadvertent cooling effects of sulfur in the troposphere with a cleaner, deliberate version? So what's behind this here? We are already doing a huge climate geoengineering project by dumping CO2 into the atmosphere and sulfur in the low troposphere. Every fossil fuel has sulfur. That sulfur cools down the planet in 0.5 degrees Celsius. So we are already applying climate geoengineering for several decades, actually. So the question is, shouldn't we exchange the sulfur that we are dumping here and dump that in the stratosphere to try to cool down the planet without the health side effects that sulfur has here on the Earth? And we are making this workshop in order to try to reach answers. So what is climate geoengineering? It is basically, well, this is the graph that you saw for the global radiation balance. Life on Earth depends on this graph, how much radiation we get and how much radiation is irradiated with lower entropy to outer space. We have basically two ways to climate geoengineer, two main groups. First, the CO2 removal techniques for the atmosphere, and second, the management of solar radiation. We're going to focus here mainly on solar radiation management, and we'll talk only very little about carbon dioxide removal. So what are these techniques about? They first include aerosols in the atmosphere to cool down the planet, 2.42 watts per square meter, and restore the climate that we had a few decades ago. Or huge mirrors between the Earth and the sun of aluminum nylon, and thereby reduce the flow of solar radiation. These mirrors will have to be in the L1 point, where the sun and Earth gravity annul themselves, and it would last for a few thousand years. Or we could increase the brightness of clouds. With that, you can reflect more radiation out into space. Or you can fertilize the oceans with soluble iron and thereby increase the CO2 absorption of the oceans. You can also grow trees which have a different albedo, making trees reflect more radiation into outer space. So these are a few of the techniques which are being scientifically studied, not systematically, of course, but they are being worked on. So they include actions in space, in the stratosphere, which includes aerosols. In the troposphere, you can modify the total reflection of marine clouds, or in the surface, you can change the Earth's surface albedo, resulting in a higher reflectivity on solar reflection. Each one of these has its own advantages and disadvantages. Some are more feasible than others, but the science of these techniques is still very incipient. So, stratosphere aerosol injection, this is basically done through the use of high-altitude aircrafts, injecting aerosols of 15 to 40 kilometers of height. The issue here, well, the results would certainly produce an effect. In the Pinatubo eruption, we had a 0.7 cooling for 1 year after the eruption. The issue with the aerosol is that after dispersed, they settle down. So you have to do it continually. If you don't, then it simply will not work. Very soon, you will no longer have the effect, and the warmth becomes even worse. That is one of the issues. Imagine we start doing this globally, dumping aerosol in the atmosphere, and suddenly an economic crisis stops that from happening. What will happen? In 1-2 years, all of the warming that disappeared will come back very quickly, and it will simply decimate us. So that's the termination effect, as we call it. Well, another issue here, which is also very important, we are not able to ensure that there will be a homogeneous effect for radiation reduction across the whole planet. And what does that mean? Some regions could cool too much, and others could not be cooled enough. What would be the impact of that? Atmospheric circulation occurs due to differences in pressure and temperature. Altering these parameters will alter that whole system. It will change the hydrological cycle of the planet, and the results are simply unfathomable. We would need a lot of research in order to fathom that. The other technology is to increase cloud brightening by injecting the condensation core in these oceanic areas. That has worked in the past. It was tested. Quite a few experiments were already done. The advantage, in quotes, here is that its impact is regional, not global, because the clouds are at 2 kilometers. But when you do that, you increase the average life cycle of that cloud, and you change where these clouds are and when rainfall takes place. So again, a change in the hydrological system of the planet, which is of course critical for water supplies, for food production, and so on. We already do this. Again, this is not new. This is a satellite picture from Modis showing ship tracks. These are vessels in the west coast of the US, and it shows, look at the albedo of this surface. It is dark, it absorbs a lot of radiation, and look at the albedo of this surface. It is a lot brighter, and it reflects a lot more radiation out. So we are already doing this. And the 24 warming was very anomalous, and it is being attributed to the reduction of sulfur in the vessels that circulate the oceans. It is making the surface albedo increase, and thereby it is accelerating global warming. So, it works. It has been proven, but the collateral effects are largely unknown. I think it's important for us to look at these solar geoengineering techniques under this perspective, buying time for decarbonization. In black, we have the increase in global temperature. The lower axis is time. We don't have scale here. This will depend on the COP30 decisions. But here in black, we have the increase in temperature due to time. In blue, if we reach 2050 with zero net emissions, very slowly ecosystems will absorb that CO2. In green, it's if we heavily invest in CO2 removal, removing the CO2 which we have already emitted in the last 150 years. And in yellow, it's basically a question. Will solar radiation management be able to compensate that warming while emissions drop and the carbon that we have already emitted is removed from space? That is why these techniques could, keyword here, be useful. Well, obviously, science has a lot of questions about these technologies, as you could imagine. In this slide, I list a few of them. So this includes the effects which you cannot mitigate. So, for example, if we decrease the temperature and we keep dumping CO2 in the atmosphere, that will not stop the ocean acidification, and it could destroy life in the oceans, which is, of course, critical for us. So there are several issues here which geoengineering could help with, but some of them it simply cannot solve. And as with any medication, it will have side effects, and desirable ones at that. With each technique, you have desirable side effects. And you can see here that there are very complex issues which need to be discussed in a lot of detail. And this is not done in 1, 2, or 5 years. If there's something that we want to use in the latter half of this century, or that we must use it, the science needs to be developed now. That is a very important point. So, what is the method that has the least side effects? This is the first key question here. So if you're treating cancer, you need to know what is the medication that has the least side effect, or you can even kill your patient. Secondly, what method is scientifically viable? Not all of them are. What is the cheapest watt per square meter? We will soon discuss costs here. And also, what method would be more acceptable by societies? And here we have governance. So yeah, these are essential issues which we need to discuss in a very detailed manner. So pretty much any technique in geoengineering will have impacts. So for example, radiation balance, the impact here. Plants absorb CO2 through photosynthesis, and by injecting aerosol in the stratosphere or increasing cloud albedo, you change the proportion of direct radiation. It will change it to diffuse radiation. Each plant species has a different sensitivity. So you will change the way through which each plant handles CO2 absorption through photosynthesis. This needs to be studied even before we experiment at large scale. It will change the hydrological cycle for obvious reasons. It will change the carbon uptake. It will change the incidence of forest fires. It will intensify extreme events, and there will be other unknown effects. It's better to know these effects before trying to apply them. And I always say this, never forget, we live in a biological world. The way in which our Earth biology will respond to each technique is a huge question mark. So the question here, how much sulfur would we have to inject into the stratosphere in order to reduce 2.45 watts per square meter? Well, there's a lot of papers on this. We would basically need to inject 10 million tons of sulfur every year, continuously, by the way. So planes every day going up to the stratosphere, injecting that sulfur will become sulfate, and that sulfate will reflect radiation. So you see, this is not a trivial task by no means. That in order to have a global cooling of 0.5 degrees Celsius. So aerosol injection to increase cloud brightening. Is it possible? Yes. There are several designs even for vessels which would be able to do that. The cost estimate for each vessel would be around $2 to $4 billion a year, and we would need something around 1,500 ships spread across the ocean in order for it to be homogeneously distributed across the planet. The total cost would be around $1 to $2 trillion every year in order to maintain that system. It is a high cost, but it is not prohibitive, and that is one of the main issues that we have. And to close here, it's important to talk about risks. This paper shows that there will be regional disparity in space and time. Not every country will benefit equally, and countries will have huge climate disadvantages. One of them is India, especially. So why can we tell Indians that we would make their climate worse to improve the Earth's climate? How would that be managed? It's a diplomatic issue even. It is not simple by no means.
This is being done. We have several projects from Bezos Fund, Elon Musk's companies, and this Israeli company has started to get patents to do that. This is quite a risk. So we see several news pieces on that, and they are talking about implementing this technology with startups in the United States. But before that, we should raise the ethical issues. So I participated in this American work group. We developed this document, and it took us 1 year. It's called the Ethical Framework for the Climate Intervention. So this ethical impact is very important, as important as science itself. The IPCC, in its sixth report, talks about this co-evolution between governance and research. Something shouldn't be dissociated from the other. And also reports from the National Academy on Science, bringing many points concerning ethics and governance. And we're going to discuss this topic in the afternoon. Now, in the morning, we are going to present several projects by decimals, even developed in Brazil and South America, Africa, Southern Asia, with modeling projects, with impact examples. It's different when we, from the South, develop the research. I have a project with Harvard University and a Swiss university, and we study the proper particle to be used with less side effects when injected in the atmosphere. Because injecting sulfur could destroy the ozone layer, and by destroying the ozone layer, you increase the UV radiation, and that could increase the cancer incidence in plants and animals and us. So, as a result of our project, we are experimenting with calcium carbonate and diamond. Diamond produced industrially is inert and won't attack the ozone layer. But of course, it's a very high cost. So we must scientifically study the best options so that maybe we could apply it in the next decades. Basically, to end, it's important to talk about 3 sentences. Climate geoengineering may be a bad idea, but the alternative could be much worse because warming the planet 3 to 4 degrees could be much worse. So this is the dilemma, and science must provide an answer to society. And I think it's clear that it's essential to avoid a collapse of the global climate system, and we are not far from this situation. Last, science and governance, the 2 main topics of this debate today, are key to preventing this collapse, the collapse of the global climate system. Thank you for your attention, and we could answer questions now.
Agradecemos o professor Paulo Artacho pela
Thank you,
excelente
Professor
apresentação.
Paulo
Professora Thelma Krug
Artacho,
também.
for your
Por favor,
excellent
retornar ao seu lugar aqui
presentation,
no palco.
and Professor Thelma Krug, please come back to take your
Com o
seats
senhor Roberto
on the stage
Kishinami.
with
E
Mr.
agora abrimos
Roberto
espaço para a participação
Kishinami.
do nosso público por meio de perguntas.
And
Quem desejar
this
se
is
manifestar,
now the
sinalize
time
com
for
gesto
the
para a nossa
Q&A.
equipe de
If you
apoio
want
do
to
microfone
ask
até você.
questions, please raise
Quem
your
está no
hand
YouTube,
and we're
deixe
going
sua pergunta
to
aí no
bring
chat.
the mic. And if you're watching on YouTube, please write down your questions on the chat box.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Primeiramente, parabéns
I would like to congratulate you for your
pela aula,
presentations
né,
and classes.
que tivemos aqui agora.
We just
O
had
professor me instigou
Professor,
vários chavões. Deles é envelhecer
you
é ruim, mas a outra opção é
many
muito
things
pior,
came
né?
to mind.
Então,
For instance, growing
a
older
questão dos
is
anos
very
anos.
bad,
Eu
but
sou Guilherme
dying, the
Jardano,
alternative is
sou
much
coordenador
worse.
geral
I'm
do Polo de
Guilherme
Pesquisa
Jaldano. I'm the
Renováveis
general
e
coordinator
Meio Ambiente
of
do
the
Distrito Federal.
the
E o nosso trabalho tem
the
sido exatamente
the
tentar
defense of
mitigar
climate
os
and
efeitos
environment
da
from the
desmatação, do
federal district.
desmatamento, da
And
ocupação
our work is
desordenada.
to mitigate
Nós
the
temos em
effects of
Brasília já 27% das áreas subterrâneas
this
diminuídas.
occupation. We have
E
37%
a
of
minha
our
pergunta básica
waters
é: o que
diminishing.
fazer? Nós temos
And
essas
our
soluções que vocês
basic
trouxeram da
question is what
geoengenharia,
to do.
mas
These
eu acho que nós temos um problema
geoengineering
muito
solutions you
maior,
brought
que é
are interesting,
aquilo
but
que
we
nos
have a
levou
greater
pessoas
problem,
até aqui,
which is what
né?
brought
Que
us to
é
this place,
a questão
which is
do,
the issue of
das grandes plantações e ocupações das
great
commodities que são feitas
plantations and
do
occupations,
agronegócio, né?
planting
Que é um
commodities
grande causador
with the
desse efeito,
agribusiness,
obviamente,
and this is
através
causing
não só
this greenhouse
daquilo que se
effect.
faz, do agrotóxico e
And
do
also
desmatamento,
we have
né?
problems
E
with
é
deforestation and
efeito, vamos dizer, círculo
toxic
vicioso, né?
materials, and this is a
O
vicious
agronegócio
cycle.
que traz grandes problemas
Agribusiness
e os
is
problemas
bringing
podem
many
prejudicar o
problems, and the
agronegócio.
problems could
Então,
also
nós estamos
harm
numa
agribusiness.
sinuca, como diria.
So it's
Então, eu
a
queria
conundrum.
saber, a pergunta que me faz, nós estamos ainda no
So the
momento de
question would be,
mitigação ou nós já estamos
are we
na
in this moment
adaptação
for
direta?
mitigation,
Nós
or
temos
are
ainda
we talking
possibilidade
about
ou não?
direct adaptation?
Estamos nos dois.
We're doing both. And this is an important point. No geoengineering technique, whatever it is, should avoid emission mitigation. Reducing emission and reducing the use of fossil fuels is in reality the best technique for you to diminish the impacts of climate change, period. So this is a very important message. Of course, now we must adapt to the new climate. The climate has changed and is going to change regardless of the technique, and Brazil has a huge task to adapt its economy, not only the population, but our economy, our cities, so that we can face this new climate. And we are behind in this task. So we must rethink. For instance, the Brazilian Cerrado, our savanna, is with much less water. How can we prevent that? With irrigation, we are going to increase the food cost and we are going to diminish the competitiveness of our agribusiness internationally. But maybe we won't have another strategy. We must use irrigation, but we have limits for that. So we depend on the water on the underground. So we have huge challenges and we should work as fast as possible and as intensively as possible. I'd like to greet Paulo. Thank you so much for your question. Historically, great investments have been done concerning mitigation. This solar radiation modification is not mitigation. It's going to diminish the problem, but it won't solve the root cause for the greenhouse gases. And when Paulo talked about termination shock, when you stop the injection, you're going to have a rebound because you're going to have the greenhouse gases back. So the convention has started working with adaptation, always trying to consider half and half. But for those who watched our president speak at the UN, and we should have this standing ovation for his speech, he talks about COP30 and the importance of different countries in their with their goals to reduce emissions. We've been monitoring the G20 countries and the 23 plus. These countries should have submitted their goals for 2035 in February this year. Brazil submitted in Baku with a few other countries, but until now, and it's September, the second date, only 7 countries submitted their goals. So we cannot evaluate the aggregate of the country sets. So we are not able to observe the goals as a set to observe the trajectory we are heading to. Are we heading to a better future? So there's a lot of uncertainty. But today, adaptation has entered at something that must happen in several areas, because water is the greatest problem we have with climate change. Because without water, we won't have agriculture, animal health, human life. So it's a critical moment. And I believe that Ambassador Andrea Correia do Lago will push people to implement. And it's not the COP30 that is going to finalize that. We have the entire year to work with implementation, shaking the world. And I hope that he's able to do that with Anatoni and our diplomats and all of the team that is supporting them. He has great support from the scientific community because we are aware of what's happening, because it's hard to bring some messages to a conference with 195 countries, but most certainly this message that we didn't reach 1.5, we could go beyond 1.5. I don't know if he's going to talk about that, but when we talk about the Paris Agreement that talks about the long-term limits that IPCC assumed it would last until the end of the century, there are no two goals. We say well below 2 degrees Celsius, while we pursue 1.5 degrees. Let's understand that. It's well below 2, pursuing 1.5. So the understanding is that at some point you're going to go beyond 1.5. It's the overshooting. So according to the IPCC definition is to exceed 1.5 for a time that is understood the limit of temperature that is going to reduce risks. So in reality, it could happen for a time, and if we don't go well beyond 1.5, that's why we talk about well below 2.2 degrees. We could try and reach 1.5 by reducing emissions from the atmosphere. But this is very complicated because it's concerning land use and different interventions on the oceans. These are great interventions, large-scale interventions, and they're going to be larger if we exceed 1.5. So we don't explore much this point that we don't have a single goal in terms of temperature. So, and we have means to get there, I hope. So mitigation is going to take us there. Well, there's another question from the audience. We'll try to be brief. Paulo, I'm sorry. We also have questions online. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Alexandre Strapasson, I'm a professor at the University of Brasilia. It's a pleasure to see you all here. I'd like to thank you for your presentation and with some provocations. It's a very polemic subject, and I believe that we must have research on that and try to understand the problem is not it's not a problem, but it's different from this news article from the New York Times, because they are proposing something. Although I understand this is somehow constructive, I think it's very fearful to move on with that. I'm going to comment a point here. For instance, ocean acidification. You could alter the albedo, but if you increase the CO2 content, you're going to increase acidification. We have some points listed as precautions. The Oxford University listed the Oxford Principles for Geoengineering to try and reduce this issue, but my reflection concerns this political debate. Pedro Ivo probably is going to talk a little bit about that, because this course could be used thinking about this negotiation setting that is not innocent, or as a narrative that we can have solutions ahead. We also have CDR besides SRM. These ocean fertilization techniques, from the ecological standpoint, it's a disaster. And you notice that because of the feedback loops engaged and the difficulties to foresee the impacts, because they are complex systems. Some of them are chaotic. So there's a reflection on the international setting. I completely agree. SRM won't help with the issue of ocean acidification. If you're going at 3 degrees, you're going to extinguish the coral reefs, and you're going to have ocean acidification, and we won't solve that with SRM. Well, thank you. Another question here. We have questions from people on YouTube, and I'm going to start with one that is concerning what we are going to see in the afternoon. Recognizing the need for scientific knowledge on SRM, how to create some safeguards for its use. Are there efforts that are trying to create these safeguards? So this is a question that could be answered in the afternoon when we talk about governance. And I have 2 other ones. One is to you, Paulo. Wouldn't it be important to debate that at COP30 so that the society could be aware of about the geoengineering research? And I have another one for Thelma. How do you intend to communicate that in a clear way to the lay audience concerning the geoengineering proposals to prevent doubts and prevent disinformation?
Respondendo a pergunta sobre a COP30, né? Quer dizer, certamente esse debate você só entra
So to answer your question on COP30,
no âmbito diplomático se a discussão é madura e tem argumentos.
you can only start a diplomatic conversation if you have enough arguments to be able to talk about advantages and disadvantages. And in my opinion, we are a long way from that. That is why science is making headway, and that's why we are conducting this workshop, in order for science to be able to properly inform the decision makers so that they could opt for one side or the other. It is still a premature discussion for COPs. It may take 5 to 10 years until science is able to develop and be able to properly inform decision makers on what the best pathways could be. And to very quickly complement, I think that the IPCC initiative for including this theme, as this is the same countries, the IPCC and the Framework Convention, I think that in about 5 years, yes, when we have a proper state-of-the-art assessment, then we will start seeing the possible need of starting to work with national governance. I think that's how it starts. For now, I don't think it will go anywhere. So very quickly, in communication, I think communication is the most important aspect of it. We were in an event in Cape Town 2 months ago, and we raised this issue quite a lot. You can do research, but research will often need to validate modeling results with outdoor experiments. So do you just do it and that's it? So yeah, the idea is that the governments need to be informed. There were incidents, especially in Mexico, where a company took initiative, the government was unaware of it, and now they don't even want to hear about it. So no research, no deployment, no nothing. So yeah, you have to start working with communication mechanisms. And it goes from government and all the way to common citizens. And one of the principles that you mentioned is exactly that. It needs to be inclusive, transparent. That is why we need to work. And of course, that includes webinars, things that we're doing here, seminars such as this, which helps to disseminate that knowledge. These events is more for, government and ministries, but not just that, of course. But yeah, and we need to start thinking about how to work on this in a more ample manner.
E assim encerramos a nossa primeira sessão. Mais uma
That wraps
salva
up
de
our
palmas.
first session. A round of applause.
Faremos agora breve intervalo de
We will now
15
have
minutos
a
para o
brief
café, lá no
15-minute
mesmo
break
local do
for
Salão das
coffee.
Letras. Quem está online,
If you
nessa
are
mesma
online,
conexão, a gente volta dentro de
please
15
remain in your
minutos.
connection,
Não saia
and
daí.
we will return in 15.
Little darling, stir it up. This is a story about a girl named Lucky. Early morning, she wakes up, knock, knock, knock on the door. It's time for makeup, perfect smile. It's you they're all waiting for. Take off ears in, she lovely. This Hollywood girl, they say she's so lucky. She's a star, but she cries in a lonely heart, thinking if there's nothing missing in my life, then why do these tears come at night? Lost in an image, in a dream, but there's no one to wake her up. And the world is spinning and she keeps on winning. But tell me, what happens when it stops? They go easy, she lovely. This Hollywood girl, they say she's so lucky. She's a star, but she cries in a lonely heart, thinking if there's nothing missing in my life, then why do these tears come at night? my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend. Never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo, cross the water, like to see America. See the girls sing California, I'm hoping it's going to come true. There's not a lot I can do. Could we have kippers for breakfast? Mommy dear, they got to have them in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire. I'm a winner, I'm a sinner, do you want my autograph? I'm a loser, I'm a joker, I'm playing my jokes upon you. There's nothing better to do. Look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. Not much of a girlfriend, never seem to get a lot. Take a jumbo, cross the water, like to see America. See the girls sing California, I'm hoping it's going to come true. There's not a lot I can do. Looking for you, you are looking for me. Always reaching for you, you were too blind to see. Love of my heart, won't leave me alone. I'm falling apart, no good on my own. Why throw it away? Why walk out on me? I just live for the day, for the way it should be. There once was a time, have you here by my side? You say I wasn't your kind, only here for the ride. No emotional ties, you don't remember my name. I lay down and die, I'm only to blame. Of love of my heart, it's up to you now. You tore me apart. I hurt inside out. Oh, l'amour broke my heart, and now I'm making for you, mon amour. What's a boy in love supposed to do? Oh, l'amour broke my heart, and now I'm making for you, mon amour. What's a boy in love supposed to do? It was 929 Knox Street, big city. The sun was going down, there was music all around, it felt so right. It was one of those nights when you feel the world stop turning. You were standing there, there was music in the air. I should have been away, but I knew I have to say, let's run to London, just heading out. Let's run to London, just leaving town. But I really want tonight to last forever. I really want to be with you. Let the music play on down the line tonight. It was one of those nights when you feel the fires burning. Everybody was there, everybody to share. It felt so right. There you were on your own, looking like you were the only one around. I had to be with you, nothing else that I could do. I should have been away, but I knew I have to say, let's run to London.
fool. You must think that I'm new to this, but I have seen it all before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me, 'cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. Thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me, 'cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. 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 No way that you'll see me cry. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no. Oh. When your day's long and the night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life, well, hang on. Don't let yourself go. 'Cause everybody cries, and everybody hurts sometimes. Sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along when your day is not alone.
If you feel like letting go, hold on. If you think you've had too much of this life, well, hang on. 'Cause everybody hurts. Take comfort in your friends. Everybody hurts. Don't throw your hand. Oh no. Oh no. Don't throw your hand. If you feel like you're alone, no, 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 you're not alone. If you're on your own in this life, the days and nights are long. When you think you've had too much of this life, to hang on. Well, everybody hurts sometimes, and everybody cries. Everybody hurts sometimes. So hold on. Hold on.
Bem-vindos de volta ao seminário Modificação da
Welcome
Radiação
back
Solar.
to the seminar Solar Radiation Modification, Perspectives, Uncertainties, and Ethical Challenges. Now, let's start with the topic, who researches or works with SRM? To moderate this session, we invite to the stage Professor Paulo Artacho. We're going to have 3 parts in this session. First, we are going to have the presentation of 3 nonprofit organizations, SRM 360 and the reflective initiatives and the degrees initiative. And then we are going to think about the propositions in Africa and South America, with the highlight of a work being developed by a researcher from Argentina and 3 researchers from Brazil. Last, in the 3 blocks, 2 governments, the United Kingdom and Australia, will be invited to explain their initiatives on SRM. And at the end, we are going to have a Q&A session for those online and those here face-to-face. If you're online, since the beginning of the presentations, you're going to, you may subscribe your questions, and we are going to read them. Let's start with the first block. The participants are Peter Irvine, Editorial Director of SRM 360 and Assistant Research Professor at the Climate Systems Engineering Initiative at the University of Chicago. Marco Regis da Silva, Director of Policy Engagement at the Degrees Initiative, and Dakota Greener, who leads Reflective. To moderate the presentations, I pass the floor to Professor Paulo Artacho.
So we are starting this session. So we thank you very much for the participation. And as the time is very short, so I will optimize the time, giving the word for Peter to discuss the SRM 360 activity. Peter, Please, the word is with you.
Okay, thanks for having me. So I'm here on behalf of SRM 360, a small non-profit that aims to support an informed, evidence-based discussion of SRM. So, as I said, our mission is to provide people around the world with the information they need to engage in decisions about SRM. And our work is built on 3 pillars. We work with researchers to translate scientific research into things the scientists can understand. We make sense of what is known and what is not known about SRM. We hope to support inclusive conversations on this issue. We produce accessible content and analyses that can be shared and reused widely. And we actively outreach to people around the world, people like you, researchers, government advisors, and NGOs working on climate who need to grapple with this emerging and difficult issue. SRM 360 takes no position on whether SRM should be used, but we recognize this is an idea that is emerging and needs to be discussed. And so we think those discussions should be well informed. You can find our work at srm360.org, where you will find things like the risk primer, like the one we produced in advance of this workshop with colleagues there in Brazil. Accessible guides, providing an introductory explanation to the issues SRM presents, as well as explainer articles that dive deeper into specific issues and technologies. We also feature perspectives from experts around the world on a range of issues, presenting a wide range of viewpoints on these issues. We also produce novel tools and analyses, and I'd like to share one of those tools with you today. So we have gathered the most comprehensive data set of funding for SRM work in the world, and you can explore that on our site. We gathered all the different governmental and philanthropic sources of funding that we could get hold of and where that went to, and built a database tracking all of that. And I want to share some of the key results we had from that analysis. First, this is a chart showing total funding entering the field up to 2024. And what you can see is that it's risen quite rapidly in recent years, going from less than $15 million in 2020 to over $30 million in 2024. And that trajectory looks set to continue. This plot shows in dark blue funding up to 2024, and then in light blue funding already committed by countries and philanthropies. And what you can see is the area of those cubes is going to grow. And what the divisions you see here show are that roughly half the funding has come from governmental sources and half has come from philanthropic sources on the right. Though there has been some commercial involvement. You can see bottom left, a small or $17 million from commercial investment. This has gone into the Stardust initiative, which is looking to patent technologies for SAI deployment, stratospheric aerosol injection deployment, as well as Make Sunsets, another for-profit effort. No, we did not find any fossil fuel funding for any of the work on solar geoengineering, though we should note our database is incomplete, though we've done the best we could. Looking across the world, we also tallied up who were the largest funders of SRM work. And you can see that the UK government recently shot to the top of the charts here with the large investment that the ARIA funding agency made. Mark Symes will talk about that later. The US government also features, as well as Australia and the European Union in the top 10. But otherwise, the top 10 is filled with philanthropies primarily. So the Simons Foundation, Quadrature Climate Fund, as well as Bill Gates and others. Now, I just want to draw attention to the disparity between the global south and the global north on this issue, something that Marcos will talk more about. 22 countries in dark blue in the global south have received funding to work on solar geoengineering. Much of that has come from the Degrees Initiative, and there's 12 countries in the global north that have received funding to work on it. But if you look at the bottom of the chart, you can see the amount of money going to the global south, $3.5 million, compared to the amount going to the global north, $188 million. There's a very large disparity between these parts of the world. So that's just a brief summary of what we found. You can find more by going to srm360.org/funding tracker, as well as exploring our other content. Thanks very much. If you've got any questions, please do email us, questions@srm360.org, or sign up to our newsletter to track what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And let me take the opportunity to thank you very much, SRM 360, to help the organization of this workshop, to help the organization of the material that is being distributed to everybody in this workshop. That is a big help for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
So now we'll pass the word to Marco Regis da Silva, that is the Director of Engagement in terms of politics of the Degrees Initiative. Marcos, the word is with you.
Muito obrigado, Paulo. Como a Thelma, eu estou contente de estar em casa. O MCTI era o meu ponto focal antigamente, no meu antigo posto. Tem vários colegas aí na audiência que eu conheço e estou muito contente e uma honra de estar aqui. E é bom de te ver também. Brevemente vou dar uma introdução.
I will briefly introduce degrees and what we are doing, but I'm going to delve into details in the second part of this session. I'm going to open my presentation now.
E deixa eu colocar em onde que é? Todo mundo pode ver a apresentação?
Okay.
Are you able to see the presentation? Yes. So, the Greece Initiative, to make equitable decisions, because we saw in the first session that the Global South need independent research contextualized for our region so that we can have strength in multilateral negotiations. So this is part of our mission to make these equitable decisions happen. So for more than a decade, we've been developing the capacity building in the Global South to be able to evaluate solar radiation. And this is very important. It's as if we have several negotiations on this topic. We have a lot going on. And if we don't have independent science developed by our researchers, we are going to be in a disadvantage during negotiations. But we are totally neutral. We don't have a stand concerning the SRM implementation. We are totally neutral. Therefore, we respect the sovereignty of the governments. And this is very important because who are going to make the decisions? How can we provide the governments with the data and information that are independent and contextual to our regions to help us in the decision making? So we must be independent and we must have strength based on good information. This is our vision. SRM is only a temporary complement to the emission reduction. And I think this is something that was made clear during the first part of this seminar. The focus is mitigation and then adaptation, and we must understand that this is not a solution.
Academic excellence. Our main goal is to expand the discussion on the potential risks and benefits of SRM, considering science, social science, and governance. So often, social sciences is ignored in this context. The perspectives of the population, what we want to do about it. But often a more interdisciplinary support could provide a great deal of support to decision makers. And for SRM assessment, We must be based on the best available evidence, and it must be evaluated in context. So what's taking place in Brazil, for example, the point that Paula made about the impact in our agriculture is extremely important. And that is why we need contextualized research in our economic sectors, in our social grid, in the food security effects, and in many other areas. These are all extremely important for the country. So research must always be done in context. Now, funding. This is extremely important because there's so much misinformation on who are the people who are working on this area, that we are funded by this and that, by such and such. Misinformation is extremely dangerous. We are funded by a wide range of philanthropists and philanthropical organizations. We are completely transparent in terms of where these resources come from in order for everyone to be able to make that assessment. So you can assess the independence of our initiative. I was as fast as possible to leave as much time as possible to other presentations. And I believe that we'll be the first to present to our researchers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mark, for that very clear and concise presentation. Now we will move into the third talk for this first section with the presentation by Dakota Gruner, who leads an initiative called Reflective on research in solar radiation management. Dakota, the floor is.
Thank you very much. And can people see my slides?
Oh, yes.
Fantastic. I apologize, I cannot do this in Portuguese, but we'll try and deliver it quickly. So Reflective is a nonprofit, philanthropically funded research organization with the mission to equip the world with the data and tools required for informed decisions about sunlight reflection fast enough to matter. And I want to pause very quickly on this idea of fast enough to matter, because I think that phrase is really critical. And I'll come back in a moment to what we do and who we are. A few things, of course, you already know. 2024 was the first full year above the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, which means that we are already living with climate risks that the world promised to avoid. And with that, we are seeing more frequent wildfires, stronger hurricanes, longer heat waves, etc. But there's another class of risks. These are tipping points that I think are really starting to animate the conversation around warming. And I want to acknowledge that the science around tipping points is contested. These are climate states that humans have never lived through, and so our models capture them less confidently than the more temperate world we've been living in and studying. There's also, of course, debate about language. Still, the risk is real, and what drives the risk of tipping points comes down to two factors. First, how high global temperatures peak. I think that's been the subject of most of our conversations around climate risk. The second is how long we stay above the safe threshold for each system, what researchers refer to as the length of overshoot. And this is research coming out of the University of Exeter that I think really helps crystallize why that second term may be the most important. The left panel shows how many tipping points are likely to trigger if global temperatures stabilize at their peak. And the right panel shows what happens if warming peaks, but then is brought down below 1.5 degrees Celsius within a century. Of course, this is just one research group, one paper, but even if there is a chance that this is correct, I think it bears attention. So the difference is stark. If you look at the left chart, if temperatures stabilize around 2.5 degrees Celsius, multiple tipping points are essentially locked in. By contrast, on the right, if overshoot above 1.5 Celsius is kept to just a few decades, many of those tipping points could still be avoided. And their models suggest that the only way to avoid all known tipping points is if peak warming stays under 2.5 degrees Celsius and overshoot lasts less than 30 years. 30 years. That's the timelines that we are working against. And so, as context for all of this conversation, While decarbonization and CO2 removal are, of course, essential, neither can bend the temperature curve on that short of a horizon. The only tools with the potential to cool the planet fast enough are sunlight reflection methods, which would work by slightly increasing Earth's reflectivity. And that's why we need to know in time whether they could reduce near-term harms safely and fairly. There's a second dimension to fast enough to matter. Whether sunlight reflection ultimately proves helpful or harmful is an open question, and it depends on how it might be deployed. It may prove too risky, it may prove unnecessary, it may prove ungovernable, or it may prove valuable as a temporary backstop. Clarity in either direction would be welcome, but the danger is being forced to decide without evidence or governance structures in place, which could create a wild west of fragmented, uncoordinated actions. And this isn't hypothetical, and it isn't decades from now. These are headlines from just the past year. So Reflective, as I mentioned, we are a nonprofit organization trying to advance research in the field. We do a handful of things. The first is trying to make the current state of research understandable. So this is a tool that we have developed. It's available online. If you go into your browser, you can pull this up, allowing anyone, policymakers, researchers, the general public, to look at different SRM deployment scenarios and understand what the local impacts would be. This is built off of CSM, the US Community Earth System model. And so while it is only built off of one model and shouldn't be seen as a tool for prediction, we do think it is a useful entry point into conversations about what the science says and doesn't say. The second piece is then, we understand that there are still significant uncertainties in this research, and we don't have enough time for every piece of that research to be done as exhaustively as we probably would want. And so we try and lay out what are the uncertainties that really matter, and then what would be a stage-gated roadmap to do that work safely. I mentioned the point around stage gates here very intentionally. We see that as a guardrail rather than a slippery slope. I think one of the concerns with research in this field is once you get started, what are the reasons that one might stop? And here we think that stage gates may play a really important role. So this is not about rushing towards deployment. It's not about getting things moving recklessly. It is instead about creating the conditions for legitimate decisions, whether that's a yes or a no or a not yet. I think I've touched upon all of this already, but again, try and build and maintain a roadmap, pool philanthropic funding directed to high priority activities, building critical infrastructure that either makes the science more legible, such as that simulator, or tools that make conducting the research easier and faster for researchers globally, including a cloud hub, which we've developed to let researchers share their data sets and their Jupyter notebooks without reliance on an HPC or incredibly high bandwidth, which can help to support Global South teams like those supported by the Degrees Network, the Degrees Initiative, into the core of the work, which we think is critical to ensure that decisions are globally legitimate. And finally, just generally trying to invest in growing the field. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dakota. Thank you for warning us on the timing, on the important issue of the timing. So now we're gonna start already the second component of this session, that is to discuss initiatives of research and financing on the Global South. Então, vou dar a palavra para o
I will pass the floor now to Marcus Regis for him to make an introduction on the projects, for the research projects funded by Degrees. Marcus, please.
Deixa eu colocar minha apresentação.
Thank you. Let me just get my presentation up here.
O que está acontecendo aqui? Share. Okay. Todo mundo pode ver a apresentação?
Can you see my presentation?
Está entrando.
Está entrando.
It's loading.
Me avisa quando entrou. Tá ótimo.
Vai lá, pode botar em tela cheia e vamos lá.
Tá, eu gostaria de começar essa apresentação.
Well, I'd just like to start this presentation by talking about a decision by the Convention of Biological Decisions. Decision 1314, which is the most important one for research done by any instrument that is currently discussing this theme. It observes that it is necessary for us to have a more transdisciplinary investigation and a sharing of knowledge between the appropriate institutions so that we better understand the impacts of geoengineering. This basically means that every country in the world except for the United States and the Vatican have decided that more investigation is necessary. There is already an agreement and a synergy between countries to push forward in the investigation and research on geoengineering, which includes SMR, of course. Now, in degrees, we fund investigations in the Global South. And we have two types of funding. We have a degrees modeling fund, which basically researchers' works generated by large climatic models. So this is like pure science. What is the effect of this on that and whatnot? But we also have the socio-political fund, which is exclusively for researchers in developing countries and emerging economies in order to study SRM in social sciences, which has been almost left to the side in this context. So we take a more interdisciplinary approach in order to understand what is taking place in sciences and in social sciences together in order for us to have a more holistic perspective. Now, all these projects are independent. The decision of what to research, when and how, all that is made by the researchers, of course, and not by degrees, the degrees initiative. These are the regions where we fund projects in the Global South. Now, an interesting thing about South America is that we want to expand into more countries. The countries that are doing research are the ones that have some level of scientific capacity. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, they're all very advanced in those lines. But it would be interesting to see what was happening in Peru, in Ecuador, Paraguay, in order for them to be able to participate in that type of research. That is where I think an emphasis in Global South cooperation would be interesting. So these countries have gotten funding for SRM. So these are South America, Brazil, Argentina, Jamaica, Mexico, but many others as well. Kenya, Malaysia, Uganda. So we are already expanding research in the more important global aspect in order for the Global South to have a stronger voice in that discussion. Now, let's reflect on what Peter said, that we are getting a very small portion of that funding, and pretty much all of it funded by degrees. We need more ample funding and more sustainable funding in order to reach a point in which our countries have equal footing on as it relates to the North. So the countries that are doing a lot more research with a lot more capacity. So in Latin America, Argentina has 2 projects, Brazil has 3, Chile 1, Jamaica 1, and Mexico 3. The researchers will explain what they're doing, of course, in later sessions. But my point is, we need more funding in order to move forward or sort of increase the importance of that type of science in our region. I also want to mention that area has a project in Latin America that is being funded. It is on ethics and governance. It is being managed by the IAI, Inter-American Agency for exactly that purpose. Now, if we're talking about governance, and of course we will have sessions fully dedicated to the topic of governance, these treaties or instruments are they surpass SRM. Now, if it's only the Convention of Biological Diversity, of course, that addresses biodiversity. The London Protocol, the stratosphere, Montreal, it's maritime. So, as a SRM here, of course, it pervades many of these. We need a lot more scientific diversity in order to give a more proactive voice to the Global South on these various themes. That is complicated because of the environmental governance disparity. We have over 900 multilateral treaties and more than 1,500 bilateral ones which address environmental issues. All of these treaties, they must have a scientific backing there. So how can we respond to that fragmentation without a strong scientific basis? Now, where we are, the unsustainable number of environmental agreements cannot alleviate the existential crisis faced by the global community. We need to handle this better. We need, so for example, biodiversity projects, political science projects, stratosphere projects. We need an ample diversity of science, is my point. This problem is aggravated by the challenges connected to the access to new investigation technologies. Most countries in Latin America do not have access, or as you say in English, the high computing on the cloud, which is now extremely important for that type of modeling to be possible. So if we look at the consideration of funding for science in SRM in Brazil and Latin America, so Peter gave us a very good perspective on funding. So if we look at the number of documents, scientific documents on this theme, we simply don't figure in the first 10 countries. We have the US, the United Kingdom, Germany, China. It's pretty much the only one that's not in the global north, Canada, and etc. So again, we need more funding consideration in order to push our science forward. And I believe that this is the most urgent matter that we have. A few solutions to make national and regional knowledge available to governments. So knowledge on, of course, SRM. Our decision makers must be more aware about the science, about the work that is being done by our researchers. We have the best researchers in the world. And of course, they must understand the urgency of the science. The consideration of national priorities are extremely important. What Paula said about the agribusiness is extremely important. It makes it very clear that we need more science in order to know how we will tackle this existential crisis, so climate change.
And we should reinforce the Global South voice. So what is the Brazil's vision concerning SRM research? So what do we think about that? Is Brazil supporting this science? Is Brazil neutral? That's why I believe that this initiative of this workshop promoted by MCTI is paramount for what's happening nowadays. So we must consider the needs from Brazil and Latin America. We need nationally generated data or regionally generated data to reflect about our needs, because most of the projects are coming from the global north. But we should identify our needs, what we should do, and we should also consider SRM in this risk context. So what's the danger in using this technology, and what's the danger of not using this technology? If we reach 3 to 4 degrees, the situation is going to be alarming, and we need a plan B to know what we are going to do. Even more important are the challenges of misinformation on science. We see a lot of lies being said about science. We need data which are true and valid so that we can present that to our decision makers. So thank you so much, Paulo, for giving me this time, and let's see where we are heading to. Thank you so much, Marcos, for this overview that is so important about the degrees initiative. And now we are going to move to the most specific issues, what some of the degrees projects are working with, their conclusions, and so on. It's a pity that we won't have much time for each project, because most certainly they are very relevant, but I'd like to call Professor Michele Simões Rebuita, who is the professor from Unife and is also working in partnership with Incline at the University of São Paulo. Michele, the floor is yours. Paulo, I'm sharing my screen.
Gostaria de perguntar se estão conseguindo
Are you able to see the screen? Perfect.
Então vamos lá.
Okay.
As técnicas de SRM, elas
the
são
SRM techniques
como o Paulo
are different,
explicou
as Paulo
inicialmente.
initially
E nesses
explained
meus
to us.
estudos, o que eu utilizo
In my
é
research
a
study,
parte de injeção de
I
aerossóis
use
na estratosfera.
the
A pergunta que eu quero responder
stratospheric
é
aerosol
como
injection.
as injeções
And
de aerossóis
the question I'd like to
afetam
answer
alguns
is
dos
how
componentes do
SAI
sistema
are
climático.
affecting some
E
of
no
the
caso, o
climate
foco
system
nos
components.
ciclones
And
extratropicais
I
e
focus
também
on
na
extratropical
monção sul-americana.
cyclones and also South
Quando
American
a
monsoon.
gente estuda
When we
ciclones,
study
pensa em
cyclones
ciclones,
and we think about
o que
cyclones,
nos vem à cabeça
what
é
comes to mind
nebulosidade, vento,
is
e está
clouds,
certo. Por quê?
winds, and this
Nós
is right,
temos que focar
because we
nesses sistemas,
must focus
visto que eles
on these
causam
systems,
mudanças no
understanding
tempo e
that they
trazem
are
perigos,
changing the
fortes,
climate and bringing
fazem com
danger.
que as águas se
So
elevem,
the
atingindo as
strong
regiões
winds are
costeiras e causando
raising the waters
inundações,
in the coastal
problemas em
fronts,
infraestrutura, a
causing
precipitação
floods,
intensa também
infrastructure problems,
favorece
and intensive rainfall
a
that is
inundação,
also favoring
deslizamento de
floods,
terra e outros problemas.
landslides, and so
Então,
on.
o que que a gente sabe
So,
hoje
what do we
sobre
know
a
today
projeção dos ciclones
about
extratropicais no
the
clima futuro?
extratropical
A gente
cyclones
sabe
in the
que
future
os
weather?
modelos
We
indicam a
know that the
redução no
models
número
show a
desses
reduction
sistemas,
in the
mas
number
uma
of these systems,
intensificação
but
do
an
potencial deles de
intensification
gerar
of their
vento, de
potential
gerar
to generate
precipitação.
winds
Mas a
and
gente não
rainfall.
sabe
But we
responder,
don't know
até
how
então, não
to
sabiam,
answer
né? Qual era o impacto da
what
injeção
was
de
the
aerossóis
impact of
estratosféricos
the
na
SAI
climatologia desses
injection
sistemas.
and
Então, na primeira
the
parte do
system
meu projeto,
climate.
a
So in
minha
the first
equipe
part of my
trabalhou para
project, my team
responder essa
was
pergunta. Como que os
working to
ciclones
answer
são
this question,
afetados em
how the
cenários de aquecimento
cyclones are
global
affected in global warming scenarios with a stratospheric aerosol injection. For that, we use different data sets, different projections and projects, and I'm going to skip the details and I'm going to go directly to the core. When we observe the climate projections, such as this chart, where we have years at the x-axis and the amount of cyclones and the y-axis, we are able to see the warming projection in when we inject aerosol. So compare the green and the dark green curve when we are inserting the global warming and the SAI in the atmosphere, and without the aerosol injection. The number of cyclones at the end of the century is being more reduced when
Portanto, injetar aerossol na estratosfera, eles estão contribuindo para que a frequência
so injecting SAI is contributing with the frequency of cyclones that is more similar to the present time. So when we talk about intensity, this is also true, because if you observe the light green curve, which is a projection without aerosol, the cyclones are more intense. So here I'm showing the atmospheric pressure, and the tension is smaller with at the green curve, at the light green curve. With the dark green, we can verify that the system intensity is weaker and more similar to the current climate. So I'm going to focus now quickly on rainfall and winds, considering South America. When we go to the end of the century and we compare projections with and without SAI, the precipitation in the cyclone region is diminishing. Here, this is the GLANCE project, and here the GeoMIP project. So yellow is less rainfall, close to the eastern coast of South America. And at the same time, when we have SAI, the cyclones also produce weaker winds, as we see in green. To sum up this first part, I could tell you that if we compare the projections of global warmings with SAI, the frequency of cyclones is going to increase compared to simulations only with global warming. The cyclones are weaker, producing less wind and rainfall. So climatology is similar to what we have at present time. Now, speaking about monsoon, we must understand what it is. Monsoon happens in regions where rainfall is happening for a period of the year, and the dry season is in this different semester. Most part of this continent has this monsoon climate. Observe the summertime in the Amazon and also Bolivia and the north of Argentina, and dry conditions during wintertime. So these regions are mostly dominated by the monsoon climate. And we talked about agriculture because many of the economic activities depend upon water during the rainy season. So imagine this rainy season happening later. We are going to have great impact on agriculture, energy generation. So this drier rainy season has lots of impacts. So what do the climate models project for the future? If we have this delayed onset of the rainfall, we know about what happens. But until then, we didn't know how SAI combined with global warming could have an impact in the monsoon life cycle in South America. And here we used only models from GeoMIP and CEMIC6, and we use this methodology and then I'm going to go straight to the outcomes, focusing on the future climate. I'm going to briefly explain this slide, and the others have the same structure. The lines are the periods 2040 to 2059, 60 to 79, 80 to 99. So here we have the scenario of 3.7 warming, less the present climate. So we have future less present until the end of the century. For the SSP 3.7, it's 5.85, 5 to 8.5, and here considering SAI. The region within the red line is the monsoon climate. In orange to red is that the beginning of the rainy season is projected to be delayed in more than 20 days in these regions. But when we use and analyze the projections with SAI, observe that we have wider tones, showing that monsoon won't have a lot of alteration in its beginning compared to the present time. So this is a slide for the end of the rainy season. The models only with global warming, they do not show a lot of change at the end of the rainfall season. And this is also happening here at GeoMIP. Could you please conclude? Yes. The total rainy season tends to diminish during the projections only with global warming, and when we use SAIs, we have a similar climate to the present. So this is the outcome concerning monsoons, and if we consider that although we have a lot of risks and we need many research studies for different climate systems. For South America, we have more similar conditions if we consider SAI according to the GeoMIP protocols. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, Michelle. Now I'm going to pass the floor to the next presentation that is going to be presented by Professor Julia Guivant, who is a professor from the Federal University of Santa Catarina. The floor is yours, Julia. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Paulo, for the introduction, and congratulations for organizing this very important workshop to transfer this topic to the debate. My research is funded by the Political and Social Fund from the Greece and is known from the Environmental Technology. And the team is formed in an interdisciplinary way from within social science. We have Pedro Jacobi from USP, and we also count on Eduardo Viola from USP and FGV, and Marcia De Sotti, who is watching, and my colleague at UFSC. We are also comparing our research with Argentina, and in this perspective, we have our participation on this ethics project mentioned by Marcos concerning the ARIA perspective. When we connect the Brazilian case to the Argentinian initiative, we hope to have more consistency in the regional comparison, and also placing Latin America in a robust way in the international debate. So it's not only SRM, is also encompassing cultural, ethical issues which are key. The Brazilian case is very interesting because when we had transgenic discussions and nanotechnology discussions, we saw restricted debates, many times limited to technical elites, government elites, and NGOs. It's a paradox, but I observed that in previous debates, this limit didn't generate any suspicious, but now this memory of weak debates concerning technological controversies and emerging technologies where we don't have much public participation, we consider that it could influence the way as SRM is going to be received in Brazil. So the climatologist is the central axis at the forefront of the production of knowledge, and we also included some policymakers and NGO representatives and agribusiness representatives. The absence of social civil in this debate is revealing and is going to be monitored during the research. And we also want to investigate how we can have communication strategies and public engagement that would favor this more inclusive debate and transparent debate. We have three basic questions: how the Brazilian actors, especially the climatologists, consider SRM, considering mitigation and adaptation. How do they evaluate risk in this risk perspective? And also considering the danger of extreme climate events and uncertainties that are inherent to SRM, and how they indicate legitimacy in governance. In this context, without a public debate, and how this is connected to this global asymmetries engaging the global south. From the analytical perspective, we have two main references. The first one is the cultural theory on risk, and the second is this idea of participatory governance that proposes that technologies must be debated and regulated before it's applied. From this combination, we could identify how the different cultural frameworks can be translated in different governances. Concerning methodology, we have the analysis of discourse, narrative, and rhetoric, and we try to understand how the actors are building their arguments using analogies and take a stance in the face of extreme events in this response risk. Since it's an ongoing research study, it's very early to talk about results, but we can raise some exploratory hypotheses, how the climatologists could have different perspectives according to the risk methodology. And the NGO representatives have concerns concerning climate justice and uncertainties, and also the authority issue could be an object of dispute, because at the global perspective, NGOs and scientists are being supported by scientific discourses. In the case of NGOs, not always totally scientific, and they're more debatable. In the case of SRM, social sectors that are not participating could ask to participate more, as this topic is more visible. So communication strategies and public engagement strategies could pave the way for us to have a more responsible debate. So we are trying to understand how different cultural frameworks are shaping this event in Brazil and Argentina, and how they are applied to this participatory governance issue. And before the debate is crystallized, these are the 2 points we expect to be contributions. And even if SRM is never implemented the way we expect, the research studies are discussing this topic, changing the future decisions and putting it in place according international negotiation. Thank you so much. I'm over.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. So now we move to the last speaker, Professor Mauricio Maldonado, a professor from the Department of Production Engineering in the Federal University of Santa Catarina. Mauricio, please. And please stick to your time. No sound.
Está sem som, Maurício.
We cannot hear you, Mauricio.
O seu som está desligado, dá para ver aqui.
I can see your mic is off. Please.
Ainda não temos. Ainda não temos som.
Still no sound.
Clica no microfone para ativar o microfone.
Maybe you can unmute yourself.
Agora começou. Vamos lá. Então, por favor, ficar dentro do
Now I think we can hear you.
Para falar sobre uma colaboração internacional entre a UFSC e o Brasil.
We cannot hear him.
E a sua conexão com a internet não estamos escutando adequadamente.
We can't hear you, sorry.
Tentamos de novo. Não está funcionando. Tenta o microfone, por favor.
Acho que agora vai.
Vai, vamos lá. Rapidinho, por favor.
Tá bom, obrigado. Então, o nosso projeto também lida com
so our project also has to do with the more social political aspect of SRM, as it was mentioned by the previous speakers and researchers. Not just the scientific aspect of modeling is important. We must also understand the other multifaceted aspects around it. For example, governance of possible global interference, the interruption shock, if the SRM techniques were to suddenly be interrupted. So our project, in collaboration with various universities across the globe, tries to focus on the social aspect, forgive me. So not just looking at the physical systems of climate modeling, but also how these intersect the perception of governance. So what we utilize as a basis here is an attempt to understand how the stakeholders and mainly policymakers see SRM, especially in the socio-political sphere. And in order to do that, we try to quantify the climate impact for each of these three countries included in the research. We must also work on the investigation and recording of the opinions of these stakeholders on the risks, costs, and threats and benefits, of course, of SRM. We also work on the comparison between these, analyzing the differences and similarities. We also try to identify which specific national contexts can shape these opinions, and we try to identify how these different perceptions influence these strategies to implement or otherwise SRM. In order to do that, we use various tools. These are multidisciplinary. It comes from systemic thinking and from systems dynamics, the collaborative modeling building. We try to conduct facilitated workshops. Various stakeholders can take part in the same workshop. And with this type of tool, we try to build a common understanding, in this case, on the risks and benefits of SRM. This is represented through visual diagrams. Through them, we show the various elements of these systems and how they are connected. So, for example, we can represent how the public opinion on the risks can influence political decisions, or how governance can affect the research agenda. We believe that this is a significant change in how the conversation on SRM has been unfolding as far as the current time. And we see that this collaborative modeling building method has not yet been applied in such a systematic manner to this topic. We also believe that this project is extremely relevant for Brazil specifically. We believe that Brazil needs to have a stronger voice in any global debate on SRM. Our results thus far highlight the critical need of scientific dissemination on SRM initiatives. We believe that this can help to improve the communication systems between stakeholders and society, and also to the general public, but especially the policymakers and stakeholders. We realize that the lack of accessible information foments misinformation. In addition, the preliminary results that we have achieved thus far clearly show the need of better coordination between the state and environmental agencies in order to advance discussions on SRM. So in synthesis, we go beyond the mere understanding of SRM. It is focused on the building of an improved system for making decisions on SRM. By applying methods like the collaborative modeling building, we are thus paving the way to more based decision-making. Thank you. Thank you, Mauricio. Also, thank you for sticking to your time so well. And now we begin the third stage of this activity. In addition to discussing the action of individual research, we must also look to governmental activity. So government actors.
Professor Mark Symes, que é researcher from the Royal Society in Glasgow, and as well as director of the Advanced Research and Innovation AIRA of the UK. Mark, the word is with you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, it's
good
coming.
Afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about ARIA's Exploring Climate Cooling Programme, which I'm leading. So ARIA, or the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, is a UK government funding agency. We were established in early 2023 with high levels of autonomy from the UK government. And effectively what that means is that program directors choose the area that their programs run in. So we shouldn't be seen as performing policy or conducting research that is aligned to policy of the UK government, but really this is a bottom-up initiative from the program directors and therefore by scientists. We established the program because we are not on course to meet our climate targets, and in view of the fact that there could be these dangerous climate tipping points, which we've heard a bit about already in today's session. I'm showing some of these here on the slide, but they include Arctic sea ice loss, the changing of ocean circulations, or the dieback of the Amazon rainforests. No one at ARIA or in the UK government thinks that we should view solar radiation modification as a substitute for decarbonisation, but there is increasing discussion around whether SRM could be used to avert or delay some of these tipping points. Whilst there is this debate, we do actually have very little idea as a society of how such SRM approaches might work and what their impacts would be. In some cases, we don't even know if they would work at all. And so the program that I'm leading was stood up with the idea that we would drive towards some of these really fundamental critical questions around SRM. In particular, could it ever be feasible, scalable, or safe? In order to do that, we're deploying all aspects of the scientific and social science spectrum that you might consider. So we will be funding modeling and monitoring work on the climate, and also work into the governance and ethics of solar radiation modification. But critically, in a small number of cases and under strict governance, we will be allowing some small real-world experiments to take place to gather some of that critical missing data. And those experiments are deliberately designed not to have noticeable effects on the climate, but only to allow data to be collected, for example, on cloud droplet size, cloud droplet concentration, things like that. So ARIA is not implementing or deploying SRM, but we are funding research into SRM. We appreciate that this is still a contentious area of science. And so we started the program with these high-level governance principles that guide how we run the program as a whole, and also those outdoor experiments, which are the most contentious part of the program. And so everything that we fund must drive towards answering critical scientific questions. It must be justified. That research has to be justified as needful. Anything that we do must be designed to be safe by design, so reduce risk as far as possible. And for outdoor experiments, we make a commitment to engage with and respect key communities where those experiments will take place. We're going to communicate proactively and transparently with how the research is conducted, both for those outdoor experiments and also for the program as a whole. And we do acknowledge the broader implications of the research field and the fact that we will have to adapt to lessons as the program continues. We have some very practical aspects of program governance, which I'll highlight on the next 3 slides. The first is that we have some technical considerations around governance for outdoor experiments, which mandates, for example, the size that they can be, the sorts of materials that they can release, so no toxic materials, for example, the length over which those experiments can run. You can scan the QR code to read the program thesis. This is just one small section of the technical governance framework that I'm showing on this slide. We have a similar framework for how particularly teams that are engaging in outdoor experiments should go about interacting with key stakeholders. So this requires them to produce engagement plans, to identify stakeholders, to notify them, and to include those key communities in the experiment design. We're looking for co-creation of experiments here. We'll also have environmental impact assessments that will be conducted before any experiment takes place, and those will be shared back with the community for their feedback before the experiment happens. And you can scan the QR code here to go to our oversight and governance document for more details. To make the oversight of the program as robust as possible, we have also established an independent program oversight committee, which is made up of a panel of experts in climate science and the interactions of technology and society from around the world, who you can see in that governance document, the QR code being on the previous slide. But here's the photographs of the current oversight committee, and we will continue to add to the oversight committee as the program develops and as new skills are required on that committee in order to hold the program team to account. And the oversight committee is free to disagree with decisions that ARIA makes and to publish those wherever it sees fit. And you can also, in the governance document, go through and see how ARIA goes through approving funding for an outdoor experiment. Ultimately, that decision is made by ARIA's CEO, and he is responsible to Parliament in the UK. So we're funding a portfolio of 22 projects spanning modelling, ethics and governance. And as you've heard, we're also funding the Degrees Initiative that you've heard from earlier today, and we'll also be funding a project led by Daniel Harrison, who I think you're about to hear from in a moment. 7 of these projects will take place in or with a major component in the Global South. And these are for modelling efforts and research capacity building. And the aim of those projects is to empower marginalised voices to contribute meaningfully to the debate. None of our outdoor experiments are taking place in the Global South. I'll talk about those in a minute. We're committed to running an extremely transparent program, so scopes of work, program milestones, teams, contracts are all on the webpage for anyone in the world to see if they want. And we've also made a public commitment to helping other governments and other public interest funders set up their own programs in this space, if that would be helpful. So just finally on the outdoor experiments themselves, we're funding 5 of those. 3 are on cloud brightening, 1 on the Great Barrier Reef, which Daniel might talk about in a minute, and 2 in the UK. 1 on Arctic sea ice thickening, and 1 that will look at what happens to mineral dusts in the stratosphere. But crucially, it won't release any mineral dusts into the stratosphere. Those dusts will be returned to the ground for analysis. And I'm showing you some pictures on the right-hand side of what Daniel Harrison's experiment looks like, what a stratospheric balloon looks like, and a picture of the team that we're funding in the Arctic doing some outreach and engagement in the local community. So we very much hope that research will make us more prepared, whether for ruling options out entirely or else for improving our understanding of what risks and limitations there might be that could be addressed through further research. Everything we're doing is research scale, and we do not believe that research necessarily leads to deployment. In fact, it could well be that properly governed research is the only thing that prevents us from a rushed and ill-considered deployment. And we really believe that the work we do and how we fund it will be critical for the way the field develops. And we really wish that we set a transparent and collaborative tone for the research that we're funding for the broader public good. So with that, I will thank you very much for your attention. You can go to the website to read more about what I've told you, or indeed I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for this very enlightful presentation. Really interesting. I don't knew that there was different field deployment projects being done. So and now we'll go for the last presentation that will be provided by Daniel Harrison, that's a senior professor at the Southern Cross University in Australia. And please, the word is with you.
Thank you very much. So I'll go quickly here, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about the solar radiation management project that we've been working on in Australia for the last 5 years. And counter to a lot of what the discussion has been about in this session so far, thinking about solar radiation management as a technique to cool the planet and therefore avoid some of the potentially negative impacts of climate change. Our project is at a very regional scale. So it's a localized intervention that is intermittent and aims only to cool down the sea surface temperature for short periods of time during marine heat waves while coral bleaching would otherwise be occurring. And so the motivation for this, I'm sure you're all familiar with the plight of the Great Barrier Reef. Over the last 7 or so years, we've started experiencing these mass severe bleaching events on the Great Barrier Reef. And so you can see the global temperature there, and I've marked the bleaching events back in the late 1990s. We started to see some quite moderate bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef, but we've clearly now passed a threshold where we're seeing mass die-offs of coral and extreme widespread bleaching on the Great Barrier Reef as a very frequent occurrence. And so this project really started with modeling, looking into whether cloud brightening could actually have an impact, whether it could cool down water. And so when we apply this scenario very locally over the Great Barrier Reef, the modeling on the left there is applying marine cloud brightening, so increasing the reflectivity of marine clouds over the reef, only on about 0.01% of the world's surface. We're able to cool down the water enough to mitigate some of that bleaching stress on the corals. On the right-hand side, there are some ecological models which then play that scenario 50 years into the future. And so the dashed line in those two plots is the projected level of coral cover on the Great Barrier Reef if we do nothing. And the solid line is the scenario if we apply the marine cloud brightening, and it works. And the top panel there shows a Paris-type climate future where we're sort of meeting that 2-degree limit to global warming. And you can see that the cloud brightening is able to stabilize the coral cover on the Great Barrier Reef in that scenario. Conversely, the bottom panel there shows a future where it's a more business as usual type emissions trajectory, and the cloud brightening is able to stabilize coral cover on the reef for a few decades after we started in the model in 2030, but eventually it's overcome by climate change after a few decades. And so this is very strong evidence for what's been discussed earlier today, that we don't see this as a solution as such. It's something that can buy us some more time while we rapidly decarbonize and reduce emissions. And so over the last 5 years, we've needed to develop the technology to allow us to start to move from those models to actually test whether this could be done in the real world, whether we could actually brighten clouds. So the idea of marine cloud brightening is based on around 30 years of theoretical research, but nobody had ever actually gone outdoors and tried it. And I think that's a really important point, because I've heard a fair bit of talking about the technologies during this morning's session, but it's important to note, I think, that these technologies don't actually exist yet. For the most part, they're ideas. They're theories about how we could intervene in atmospheric or other processes, planetary processes, but the technology for doing so doesn't actually exist. And even after the last 5 years of technological development, you'll see in a moment, we've only managed to scale up to impacting a very small amount of cloud just to test the underlying theory. It's a common misconception, I think, that this Australian program is already out there brightening clouds to protect the coral. That's not the case at all. This is very early foundational research to understand those processes and whether it would even be possible, and to begin to understand what the risks might be. Along with the technology development, we've had to also, because being the first, develop a lot of methodology on how to actually undertake this work and assess how it's working. We're quite proud of our governance and community engagement in this project, so I'll spend a little bit of time on this, but I won't be able to cover it adequately in the time. We are operating in probably the world's most regulated marine estate. And so the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, it's federally regulated. Any kind of research in the marine park needs a permit. Even going out on a tourist vessel and counting dolphins, if it's for research, it needs a permit. And so right from the very beginning, this project has been undertaken under the oversight of the federal regulators, with risk assessment and reporting it at each step of the way as we've scaled up. Also importantly, we've have a self-imposed rule in the program that we don't conduct any research on sea country without the express permission and consent of the Indigenous traditional owners of that sea country. And they've been involved in every field campaign. Further, then we also have a large contingent of social scientists in the project who are running community engagement panels to facilitate two-way communication and learning between the scientists that are running the project and the local community that could potentially be impacted. And you can see a photo there from one of those community engagement panels. So those members of the public that we spend 1 day a week every 2 months for 12 months discussing the project and incorporating their views on the research into the design of the project. There's a lot more engagement than this, but I'll probably move on for now. Just to give you a taste of what this actually looks like, this is a view from our aircraft. You can see the vessel there is atomizing seawater to produce these tiny seawater droplets, which are advecting up. They're lifting into the cloud here, and you can see the sort of scale that the experiment is very small at this stage. But then we're able to fly this aircraft through those sea salt crystals that we're lifting up to the clouds, and through the clouds themselves, to start to understand whether the theory that's been around for that 30 years, whether it plays out in the real world the same way that we expect. And so the project's now led to some of the first evidence anywhere in the world that we can actually brighten clouds. And we're doing so on a very, very small scale, like you just saw in the video, over the Great Barrier Reef during these experiments, which are very short. But it's also important to point out, just as the technology development is really at an infant stage, So is our understanding of how this impacts cloud processes. During the last 5 years, we've started to look at those cloud processes all the way on the left there, and we think we understand now a little bit about how they respond in the specific circumstances over the Great Barrier Reef. But the pink circle there highlights all of the cloud processes that we believe will be impacted by adding these extra salt crystals to brighten the clouds that we haven't even started to look into yet. And it's under the ARIA project that the UK government has given us some funding to start to set up, where we hope over the next 5 years to start to understand some of those additional cloud processes, which could either further cool the ocean or potentially counteract some of the cooling that we're getting from that initial brightening effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for this very, very interesting experiment. That is really nice. So I would like to invite Roberto Kishinami for the discussion now, or if you would like to bring Janos for the presentation now.
Yeah, as we are with some delay, I think that would be better if the questions that we collected by the YouTube, by our channel, yes, we will answer and put in the site, okay?
Okay.
For all the people. Then you can still send the questions.
Yeah, the issue is that Janos is in China, so it's a very large time difference. You know, that is the reason he would like to go.
Before Janos, we will have a small session.
Okay.
Okay. But during this session, send questions and yeah.
Acabou. Tá bom, o Janos antes e depois do almoço.
Antes.
Ah, tá legal.
Obrigado,
Okay.
professor Paulo.
Obrigado.
Paulo,
Obrigado.
agradecemos nossos palestrantes pela
Thank you,
excelente
Professor
participação e
Paulo,
contribuição ao
and
nosso
we would
seminário.
like to thank the participants for their contributions to this seminar.
Thank you so much. A seguir, vamos ter painel sobre
Next,
os
we are
principais
going to
desafios da pesquisa de
have a
SRM.
panel about the main
Essa sessão será
challenges on
moderada por Thelma Krug
SRM
e contará com a participação de
research.
dois
It's going
pesquisadores
to
que
be
trabalham no
moderated by
desenvolvimento
Thelma
do
Krug,
SRM,
and
Daniele
we will
Visione,
count with Daniele
professora
Visione,
associada da Cornell
assistant
University,
professor
do
at
Departamento de
Cornell
Ciências da
University
Terra e
in the Department
Atmosférica
of Earth
e
and
membro da
Atmospheric
Cornell
Sciences
Artificial
and member
Foundation.
of the
A
Cornell
principal
Artificial
área de
Foundation.
especialização
His
é o
main
comportamento
area
dos
of
aerossóis
expertise is the
estratosféricos
behavior
e
of
como eles
stratospheric
interagem com o clima
aerosols and how they interact with
atmosférico
atmospheric
e
chemistry and
Douglas
surface
McMartin,
climate. And we are going to
professor
have Douglas
associado da Escola
McMartin, associate
Sibley de
professor
Engenharia
at the
Mecânica e
Sibley School of
Aeroespacial
Mechanical
da
and
Universidade de Cornell.
Aerospace
Sua
Engineering
pesquisa se
at
concentra em
Cornell
SRM.
University. His research
Thelma,
focuses on
por favor, sua.
SRM.
Muito
Thelma, the
obrigada.
floor is
Bom, essa
yours.
sessão,
Thank you.
ela está programada com,
This
como o
session
nosso cerimonial falou, com duas pessoas que estão
is
realmente
going to
trabalhando
have
com modelagem, não é? Ou seja,
people
fazendo
working
vai
with
ser bem
modeling.
interessante, porque
It's
nós
going to be
decidimos
very
que eles iam
interesting
fazer uma
because we
breve
decided
apresentação,
that
não
they
tão
are
breve,
going to
talvez,
have a brief presentation, not so brief
mas
maybe,
que vai ser bem
but
interessante a gente ver
and it's
resultados
going
de
to be
diferentes
interesting to
modelos,
see
como é que essa
results from
modelagem
different
global
models and
também
how this
reflete
global
regional.
modeling is
Então,
also
eles
applied to
vão
the
fazer
regional
dentro de uma mesma
um,
apresentação essas duas
perspective. So
falas.
they are
Nós
going to
vamos
present,
encurtar essa sessão
and this session is going to be
por
shorter
conta do almoço e por conta de que nós vamos
because
adiantar
we are going to have
a
a lunch
sessão
break
do
and
Janos,
we
que
are going
viria para
to
Governança logo depois do
bring
almoço, porque ele está na China,
Jans
e a
because
gente quer poupá-lo
he's in
de ter
China and
realmente que
we want to
atrasar
spare
muito.
him to
Então, a
go
gente vai ter mais tempo para o almoço, a gente vai antecipar a
to start very
palestra dele,
late. So we
e
are going
depois
to
a gente
have
volta um pouquinho mais tarde do que estava antecipado. Mas eu vou começar a minha sessão
a break for
tentando
lunch that is
colocar a
going to be
apresentação do
that's going to
Daniele
come later
e
on.
de Douglas. Daniele,
Now let's have
and
Danielle
Douglas,
and Douglas
can you hear me?
presentations.
Hi, Thelma. Good to see you.
Why can't I see you
Thank
on
you.
the screen?
Thank you for having us.
I don't see you on the screen. Ah, there you go.
Oh, here we are.
There, here, yes. Daniele and Douglas, it's really nice to see you. And thank you very much for bearing with us all this time, and we have been talking. And obviously, most of the studies that are done in... eu falei que eu ia falar em português. Eu vou falar em português.
I'm going to speak in Portuguese, okay?
Eu combinei com eles antes. A maior parte dos estudos que são feitos,
most of the studies developed, they are purely modeling. So this is an interesting session because after their presentations, I'm going to try and understand more about the model uncertainties, but only after their presentations. So most of what we see in terms of studies, they are purely modeling.
So if you need to have, we're going to have your presentation on the screen. Pessoal, a gente pode colocar a apresentação deles? Sim? Vocês têm? Eu passei hoje de manhã para vocês? Como não?
I have them handy so I can also share them if you want. It's the same.
Yeah, let me just check. Tem problema? Não, vocês podem colocar então a apresentação deles?
Could we show their presentations?
Eu acho que é melhor eles colocarem, não compartilhar. Yeah,
So
presentation, sorry for this.
Okay. Dan, did you want to share?
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Make sure I do everything correctly. So people are watching. Okay.
Yes,
That
here we
good?
go. Yes, yes.
Okay. So,
Okay, Doug, you first. Yeah.
yes, I can start off. Thank you very much for inviting us to talk. And thank you, Thelma. As Thelma said, the only way we can project the future of something that has not yet happened is with climate models. The models that we use for looking at the effects of what we think the effects of something like stratospheric aerosol injection would be, these are the same models that are used for projecting climate change, but with more emphasis on what is happening in the stratosphere. And in the stratosphere, those models, they're the same models we use to look at the impacts of volcanic eruptions. And so we have observational data after volcanic eruptions that help us make sure that the predictions of what aerosols in the stratosphere might do. Dan, can you go to the next slide? Generally speaking, when you run those models, we know that if you put aerosols in the stratosphere, it cools the planet. It cools everywhere. It tends to do a reasonably good job in matching temperature. So you saw this slide when Dakota was presenting about reflective. This is the reflective simulator. I would encourage you to go to the reflective website and play with the simulator a little bit yourself. It's quite intuitive. It gives an illustration of what models tend to predict. This is with just one climate model, but broadly similar results with others. We get a good reduction in temperature everywhere. Any impacts that are related to temperature, like heat stress, melting of sea ice, melting of permafrost, those tend to be well corrected in the models. Whereas things that depend on rainfall, it's less clear how well something like stratospheric aerosol injection would correct for them. So I'm not going to go look at the details of what the models do, and I'll keep my initial results fairly brief here. Dan, if you go to the next slide, I think if you believe the models, and if you are only worried about the physical climate effects, you might actually look at those model results and say, this will definitely reduce climate impacts for the most part. and we should take these ideas very, very seriously in terms of reducing climate risk. Of course, the ethical and governance issues are extremely important. I don't mean to discount those at all. And the second question one should ask is, okay, the models project that we do a reasonably good job, that something like stratospheric aerosol injection would do a reasonably good job. Do we actually believe the models? So when you want to start thinking about the uncertainties in the models, I would say don't read the details in this plot, but we are starting to try, this is again through reflective, starting to try to classify the different uncertainties and say, how uncertain do we think those are? And how consequential would it be if we were wrong about those uncertainties? There might be some things that are uncertain in the model, but it just doesn't matter. And we want to try to prioritize research on the things that really do influence or have the potential to influence decisions in this space. So that's one of the efforts that's going on to try to prioritize those and then figure out what research can we do in order to substantially reduce uncertainties so that in some reasonable time frame over the next decade, perhaps, policymakers and the public, society at large, would be in a better position to make informed decisions about, do we want to pursue these ideas and how? So I'm just going to point to a couple of these, and then I'm going to hand it to Dan. First, one of these is not really about the climate models per se, but in thinking about the research that needs to be done, we need to better understand what observations you would need. We need to make sure we understand the stratosphere right now so that if we're going to put material in the stratosphere, we understand what's changed and what hasn't changed. What observations would we need if somebody wanted to conduct experiments in the stratosphere? What observations would you need if you were actually deploying this in order to monitor it and make sure that it is in fact doing what you want it to be doing? Another source of uncertainty in the climate models is around the stratospheric aerosol processes themselves. Dan, if you could advance that. The reason that I might highlight that one is that this is something where an outdoor experiment would actually be valuable. That would be a small outdoor experiment, but it would still take some considerable effort. And so we need to think about what the governance arrangements are that would provide rules for conducting such an experiment. And then another big category of uncertainty I will pass over to Dan is understanding the actual climate response itself. If you warm the planet by putting greenhouse gases in and you cool the planet by reflecting sunlight away, you don't get back to where you start. Those affect the climate in different ways, and we need to do a better job of making sure that we understand what all of those differences are so that we can support informed decisions going forward. Dan?
Yes, thank you, Doug. Thank you, Talma. So the part that I briefly wanted to go over is actually something that has already been touched upon by many speakers, and Michelle showed some very interesting results. And she mentioned this project as well. So I will try to actually more think about it from a higher level perspective. So as Doug said, when it comes to surface climate uncertainties, we can't avoid using climate models to explore them. because both in the case of climate change and in the case of SRM, it hasn't happened yet. So we need that. We need those models to help us understand what might happen. Now, the issue is that if you use only one climate model, just like if you use only one tool for your investigation, you might over rely on the results and it's very hard to tell whether those results are in any way close to what reality would be or not. And partly you can improve one model through better observations, through experiments that allow you to add more data to the physical behavior you try to simulate in the models. But another strategy that has been used a lot in climate modeling has to do with using multiple independent climate models in what are called normally model intercomparison projects. What I mean by independent is that these climate models are developed independently by multiple centers around the world. The US has some climate models. Most European countries have a climate model. There's a paucity for sure of climate models in the global South. But in general, while the background observation and physics are the same, the way in which they're implemented or simplified or characterized in the climate model is different. This is already done for climate change, that at this point we can just take an average, first of all those climate models. So in this case, you see up here, the difference on the left, you see the difference between two different futures at the end of the century. One, the one termed 585, just with more greenhouse gases that lead to more warming, around 4 to 5 degrees of warming by the end of the century. And the second one, a world with still rising greenhouse gases, but less. So a world with around 3 to 3.5 degrees of warming. By taking the difference between them and taking an average across multiple climate models, we can get an idea of what the future would look like. And there are clearly a lot of features that appear, the fact that the Arctic will warm more, that the land will warm more than the oceans, and so on. But what we can also do is ask ourselves, what is the difference between the models? So we can take the multi-model standard error, so the spread, a way to quantify the spread between the models. And then we can try to understand where is the spread larger. And in that way, identify where are the models diverging, where is their disagreement, and why is there disagreement. So here you see that in the case of climate change, in the plot on the right, with the darker color indicating more disagreement, there is more disagreement in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. And the reason is because what is called as Arctic amplification or polar amplification, the fact that the poles warm more than the tropics, is actually pretty hard to constrain and understand. So some models see much larger warming in the Arctic, some models see less warming in the Arctic. But you can also see that, for instance, over land, in Africa and South America, the intermodal difference is larger. And that is partly because there is less data for the land model to be constrained. And so some of the processes are less well understood compared to Europe and the United States. So in this way, we can get a grasp of what our confidence levels are. The same thing can be done for SRM, in this case, stratospheric aerosols. So here's one example of one of the experiments that we have done as part of the geoengineering model intercomparison project. The green line is the line where you have, as I said, more greenhouse gases. And then the purple and red line are cases in which, on one hand, in the purple line, you have less temperature increase because of less greenhouse gases, or in the red line, you still have more greenhouse gases, but you try to cool the planet through stratospheric aerosols. So essentially, that way we can compare three different futures, one with higher temperatures, one with lower temperatures, and one with lower temperatures, but due to SAI. And we can do this in multiple climate models. That's the point of something like GeoMIP. And we can do this in the global mean and look at how much the models need to warm and how much they need to cool. But then we can also use the same comparison when it comes to regional temperatures. So in the bottom left plot, you see the difference between a world cooled by SAI and a world that already has less warming because it has less greenhouse gases. If the global mean of 0 was averagely spread out throughout the whole globe, that plot would always look like 0, all white. But actually, the fact that it doesn't, it means that there are some regions in which the regional temperature is warmer than the case with less greenhouse gases, and some few cases in which it's cooler. Essentially, the cases in which is red means that SAI does not manage to cool back regionally the planet. And in the same way, we can look at the multimodal standard error, so the plot on the right now, and say that even in this case, the uncertainties compared to the climate change case look, in this case, smaller. So there is a bit more agreement across models when it comes to SAI than there is with climate change because the global mean temperature is the same. But on the other hand, there are still regions, and again, you can notice that over land, there are clearly regions in South America and in Africa where there's still disagreement. That fundamentally tell us that there is still models can diverge over the regional patterns of cooling and warming. And by observing this multimodal standard error, we can try to understand what do we need to do in our climate models to improve them in order to reduce this spread. And one of the things is, of course, using more climate models and potentially climate models developed in the global south where there is more attention paid to the land processes and the regional processes that matter in order to reduce this. And that's it for me. That was my last slide.
Thank you very much for your both. And obviously, this is a very interesting area for us to discuss. Obviously, I always say that there are no dumb questions when it comes to models that applies most. So I might have some questions here. And on your last slide here, Daniele, did I get the wrong impression that, for instance, in the Arctic, you're not going to be able to do much with SAI? Did I get the wrong impression on your last slide?
If you did, it's because it was my plot that was unclear, or sometimes it's very easy to give the wrong impression. So this says that in many models there is a residual warming of around 1 to 2 degrees, but that has to be compared with an overall amount of warming of over 5 degrees. So it wouldn't be perfect in this specific realization of SAI that we've modeled, but it would still substantially reduce the amount of warming.
I can also add to that those simulations from that round of GeoMIP simulations, those used aerosols put in the equator. And so if you put the aerosols in the equator where the sun is the strongest, you will have a stronger effect in the tropics and a slightly weaker effect in the poles. So you still cool the poles, but not as much. But that is also something that you can choose. And so there are other things you could put aerosols in at higher latitudes, and you would actually cool the poles more than the tropics. So that depends on how it is actually implemented. Okay. Another thing that makes this subject a little bit more complicated, it's not just one thing. There's actually design choices as well that can affect what outcomes you get.
Okay, I think that clarifies well. And also, when you said that you do intercomparison among models, and then you take the average, right? One way to do it, right? So what would in part explain the different outputs from the different models? Is it the data, input data that they are using, analogs like you said that you have natural analogs with volcanic eruptions? What is it that could explain the different outputs from the different models?
Yes, I would say that's the largest part of the job of a climate scientist, in a way, is trying to tease out and understand those differences. And it can be really a large variety of reasons. And for instance, what leads to a larger difference between models for climate change might be different at what leads to a difference when it comes to SAI. So for the stratospheric aerosol case, where the aerosols go, as Doug was saying, is important. So a model that simulates the stratospheric circulation differently than another, that will have more aerosols in the tropics, will produce more cooling in the tropics. So that could be one. There could also be feedbacks that are different, as in not the direct effect, but some form of indirect response of the climate. And coming to South America, one of the clearest example in that case is the Amazon feedback. So the interconnection between the temperature and then the evapotranspiration that happens through the Amazon forest. In that case, more drying can lead to more warming, that can lead to more drying, and so in a feedback loop. And the strength of that feedback, depending on the climate model, depending on really the details of how this land biosphere atmosphere interaction is simulated, can lead to, for instance, different assumptions over what will happen, different projections of what will happen. So in this latter case, what can be done to reduce these uncertainties and to understand them is to understand whether we can capture properly the processes of the Amazon in the historical period.
Right. So I have another question. Obviously, when we work with models and we have the results from the models and simulations and assumptions and everything else, we obviously want to test or validate that model against some outdoors experiments, as we saw the case before for the Great Barrier. They are really trying to test if the model's outputs would potentially correspond to what actually they are seeing when they're doing these outdoor experiments. So my question is, obviously we have some, I think that there should be some concerns with outdoor experiments. And this is why in the afternoon we are going to talk about the governance of research and international governance related to SRM. But how do you see experiments going on outdoors to validate the so many model outputs that we are having? So how reliable they are? And I saw that you have the uncertainties, right? You explored that very much in depth. But how much that uncertainty could be reduced in outdoor experiments, and why there are constraints in doing outdoor experiments to validate the model outputs?
So I'll start on that one, and Dan can jump in as well. There are lots of different possible paths for uncertainty in the climate model, as Dan pointed out. Not all of those can easily be addressed by experiment. One that could be is that different models have different representations of the aerosol processes in the stratosphere. And all of those are calibrated against volcanic eruptions. But if you were ever deploying stratospheric aerosols, hypothetically, you would be flying an airplane into the stratosphere and releasing sulfur dioxide or something like that. And that would be a small region compared to the scale of a climate model. If you wanted to validate those assumptions and get data on what happens at the small scale, you could conduct an experiment that would fly one airplane with material and measure what happens in the stratosphere. I actually think that would probably be a valuable thing to conduct, but you would have no effect at all on the surface that anybody could detect. It's many, many, many times smaller than lots of other activities that already happen at the surface. Many times smaller than volcanic eruptions. But the purpose of doing something like that would be to provide controlled conditions that are more representative of stratospheric aerosol injection. And then there's other issues in the climate model simulations, as Dan pointed to, the question of getting the feedbacks correct over the Amazon. That's not something you can do an experiment on. So when we talk about the potential to do experiments in this subfield, we're not talking about experiments that actually perturb the climate. If you're perturbing the climate, that's deployment. That's not an experiment.
Yeah, thanks, though. That really clarifies, because we always think that everything has to correspond to an outdoor experiment, but as you say, not necessarily we'll be able to do that. And so I have a follow-up questions as well, because when you're talking about SAI and then injection, sulfate or aerosols or whatever in the atmosphere, how do you calibrate? How much do you need to spray or inject, let's say? And the injection goes uniformly around the world, or are there specific areas where you inject more or less? And how do you calibrate the amount of injection that should or would be done in case this becomes factual?
So if you were ever actually deploying, you would have a much better understanding of the aerosol processes, more or less from the very first flight you ever conduct. And at very small scales, you would actually understand where the aerosols are going and how reflective they are. So any uncertainties in that would be well resolved. But even if you were to start deployment and gradually start ramping up, you're not starting deployment and doing a degree of cooling. In the first year, you're flying a few airplanes, and the next year you're flying a few more, perhaps. And it will take a decade at least before you would be at a half a degree of cooling, probably more than that. And this is, of course, hypothetical. During that process, you would actually be observing what's happening, and you would use that, oh, here's what we see, here's how much the planet is cooling. You'd also be learning something about any of the side effects, and you would use all of that information to adjust how much you're putting in. In terms of where to put it in, the correct answer is, roughly speaking, the same amount in each hemisphere. You don't want to unbalanced. You don't want to cool one hemisphere more than the other, because that would have effects on tropical precipitation. But at least initially, if you just put the same amount in each hemisphere, you would probably be about right. And then you gradually ramp that up.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I think that I'm gonna, break the protocol here. We have, in principle, 2 minutes, but I would like to see if there is any burning questions. Sorry for my naive questions. I really try to address these burning things on our minds, because sometimes we don't understand really how these models are done, how they are validated. So do you mind if I break the protocol and ask for one question from the audience, if there is any? I don't see any, so I think that I have covered the naive questions. I think there are questions. Roberto Kishinami, who would be moderating the Q&A session, says there are questions in the chat that we will send to you, and if you have the patience to respond, we would appreciate. So thank you very much for your time and in all the efforts, and I wish you all the best. And I hope that the uncertainties in the models can be increasingly, reduced, and so that we have more certainty about the risks and about the benefits that we could have with SRM deployment. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
to
Thelma.
both of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Obrigado, Thelma, pela condução deste painel.
Thank you so much, Thelma, for leading the panel. Now we will hear Nemos Paschal. He will talk about the history of SRM, the main challenges, and the current state of international governance, focused on SAI, the injection of atmospheric aerosol. He is a retired diplomat, a senior member of the Council for International Affairs, and executive director of Current Climate Geoengineering Governance Initiative. He served as Assistant Secretary General in the Executive Office of the UN Secretary General in New York, and Senior Advisor to the Secretary General on Climate Change between 2015 and 2016.
So nice to see you. And I'm so
Hi, Thelma.
I am so glad that you're in China. You're still, sleeping later to give us the chance to hear for this, anticipated session. You know that in the afternoon we devote the time to governance, and we have been together in many instances where this issue was very close to your heart. And so I really appreciate you bringing all your experience, all lessons learned, everything that you could share with us is highly appreciated. So really, really, my thank you so much from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thelma. And I appreciate also that you have flexibly adjusted the schedule. It gives me an extra hour to sleep. It's kind of getting late here, and tomorrow is my busy day. So thank you very much for that. And greetings to you and to, I noticed in the list of participants, many people I know, many people I work with. So I wish I could be with you there. Also, before starting, I should just mention that we just had a major typhoon pass by here. In our city here, we just got the edge of it, which meant that all day was raining really heavily. But as you may have heard on the news, there has been many deaths in Taiwan in the region. So this is what I am calling for. And in fact, I was worried about the connection, but it seems to have stabilized. So thank you. I was asked to say a few words with the title, How to Deal with and Manage It. That was the question. So maybe to start with, I would like to say how not to. We should not ignore, and we should not put our head in the sand and assume that this issue does not exist, because many people do. We must deal with it for a number of reasons. First, because temperatures are rising, and we might need solar radiation modification. We're not sure yet, but if we might need, then there is this moral imperative that we better find out what it is, how it would work, so that at some point in time we can make an evidence-based decision whether or not to do it. Now, the second reason is that SRM activities are actually taking place. Many universities, some intergovernmental organizations, some private sector, some for-profit, some not for-profit, and there is need for governance. The third is that, in my view, more such activities will take place in the future for many, many reasons. There are also a number of ethical issues related to what's going on. First and foremost, should one actually try to manage or deal with the atmosphere like this? Should one even study it? Many justice concerns arise, and those also need to be addressed. So we do need to deal with it, and we need governance broadly defined for all these activities. Ideally, we need guardrails, or at the minimum, we need guardrails, but ideally, we need much more than that. So what is this much more? And I will share with you a few thoughts on that. But before, I'd like to say a word about the framing, because we started with the question, how to deal with and manage it? What is the it? And I think, in my sense, we need to shift away from the purely technology frame, because the problem is not the technology. The problem is heating and various other climate impacts. And that's what people understand, and that's what people need to address. So if excess heat is really the particular issue that is of concern, and of course that will have an impact on all the or most of the SDGs, and it will make it either more difficult or sometimes even impossible to achieve those SDGs. So we need to have a frame that connects more around heat and SDGs. And of course, the extra heat will also generally reduce further planetary resilience, which many scientists have said it's very important to maintain that. So the problem is the heat, and then we can look at what are the options to deal with the heat. We know, of course, starting with adaptation, but we know from the IPCC that it has its limits, financial, cultural, technological, and so on. And then there is cooling. And there is cooling at the very local level and at the global level and in between. And those have to be considered, and they have to be considered in connection with the various policies that we're doing for emission reduction, for carbon removal, etc., and for adaptation. We also need to clarify the different timelines of these actions, because they not happen, even if one starts them at the same time, they will not happen on the same timescales. Now, what are those issues, those selected issues? I have a few of them. I start with the need for research governance. I believe you must have been talking about that in the session. This is urgent. On the one hand, we need to encourage more research so we can better understand what we're talking about, the issues that I just heard I logged in a little while ago. But we also need to make sure that there are guardrails for the research so that people feel safe and feel confident that nothing nasty is going on. That research governance can happen very much bottom up, where the researchers get together, like the Degrees Initiative, and they start talking about these issues, and eventually out comes some kind of process. Or it can be multilateral. We know that these days multilateral is a bit difficult. I'll come back to that in a few moments. But there are some actors like the Degrees Initiative, the International Council of Science, the DSG, the IAI, all these different institutions, they have already addressed some of this, and they should be able to move forward with different kinds of research governance elements. Not everything has to be a multilateral treaty. Some things have to be. I will focus mostly on SAI here, but I will say a few words on MCB, marine cloud brightening, at the end. The second thing after research governance is what I call conversations. We need different people, different constituencies, different stakeholders to engage in serious conversation about these issues so people understand what SAI is, what it isn't, what will be the impacts, and so on and so forth. Now, we can build on national processes. We've had events in Pakistan, in the US, and elsewhere. We can build on regional processes like the current meeting and previous IAI events on this. In Africa, there was a regional event, so we can build on those. But we also need to address this at the global level, and we can build on the UNEP meetings, we can build on what's happening at the World Climate Research Program, at WMO, etc. But the important thing is to bring the stakeholders together at the local, regional, and global levels. And the purpose of these conversations is what? It's to use a phrase I think Matthias Honegger talked about, normalizing, really normalizing to talk about these issues, not about making use of SRM and SAI, but to normalize that we can talk about it without being against or for, without the whole discussion being polarized. And that is what I would hope that these conversations would do. The next one is we need champions. We need champions for this cause. not people to promote SRM use, but people to promote conversations about this issue. People like you, Thelma. We need more Thelma Crooks and others. We need people from the political world. We need people from the scientific world. We need people from the NGOs and even from the private sector to raise these issues and talk about it. The next is that at some point, one will have to decide whether or not these techniques should be used. And of course, ideally, one would like to think that decisions will be made in some multilateral processes since it involves every country. And there are many different institutions who have already dealt with it to some extent, or they should have dealt with it to some extent. But certainly the 5-6, like the UN General Assembly, the UN Environment Assembly, the World Meteorological Organization, the IPCC, and the UNFCCC, these would be the key multilateral international processes where some discussion has taken place or some discussion should be taking place. And we need to encourage governments to engage in these discussions. And the problem is that governments have different views about which of these agencies should or should not engage on this topic. We also need to encourage non-governmental organizations, non-state actors who are accredited to these organizations to actively participate, not just on one side or the other side, but on all sides of the matter. And the objectives here would be to start preparing for some kind of evidence-based decision-making about the use or not of these techniques, and to make sure that different stakeholders and geographies are represented. And of course, consider the implications of a yes or a no outcome of that decision. In either case, there will be very serious and substantial follow-up implications. At the same time, we don't live in a perfect world, and I think one needs to also prepare for a uni or minilateral action by one or a few countries in this area. Back in the times of C2G, we focused most on the multilateral governance, therefore work with governments and intergovernmental organizations and processes. But now, a decade later, things have changed. The world has changed radically. And governments need to consider these issues in this new challenging context. And without ignoring the multilateral processes, I think time is ripe for a much more substantial focus on non-state actors and their possibilities for engaging in governance. For example, as I mentioned, for the research governance, they can then act perhaps as bridges to eventual future multilateral arrangements. Now, there's also, it's not only stratospheric aerosol injection, but the other technique that is mostly talked about is MCB, marine cloud brightening, and it's much less controversial than SAI, but it comes with its own challenges as well. And what is perhaps interesting is that MCB would be largely regional. It could be quite a big region, but still it would involve probably less countries and less jurisdictions to discuss and to agree on eventual use. So already that. It's interesting, the Australian research for years has not generated huge opposition, maybe because it has been part of a broader adaptation project, but that's part of the reality. In the US, in California, the same technology being experimented, it didn't quite work. It seems there was insufficient consultation, so the experiment was canceled. Another thing about marine cloud brightening is it's actually quite close to weather modification in the way it works. And it's depending on the size and depending on the length of period that it is used, there could be different impacts. But nevertheless, those are thoughts that might be helpful for the governance-related issues for marine cloud brightening. And finally, the important point I would like to raise is the current geopolitical context, because we are living through very challenging times, and not only is it difficult for multilateral processes to work well, it's not impossible, but it's difficult, and we have a situation where the country with the probably highest responsibility is not only stepping back, but it's also actively trying to make others as well do the same. And that the implication of this is quite negative. It is likely to result in more emissions than expected and more heating, which itself will make it more difficult to do the emission reductions, which of course is the first and foremost priority, but also to do the adaptation and the carbon removal. All of that will be more difficult. And for the topic of this seminar, increasingly, it will make more likely than not that SRM might be used. And if it will be used, it will have to be used for longer periods than planned. So that's not a very helpful observation, but it is the reality that we have to face. So just to conclude, the time is short. I do believe that we have to deal with it. It is urgent. I think we need to deal with it in the context of the warming and not just simply as a technology issue. We need to focus on the impacts and the solutions to those impacts, which include a number of things, including the technological option of solar radiation modification. And yes, it may have to be part of the solutions. So we need to understand it better. And both on its own, but also in the risk framework that many have talked about, to make sure that we look at the risks of potentially using versus the risks of not using, which is the current state of affairs. So I will stop here. I think I just finished my time allotted, and I hope you will have some interesting discussions. I don't know if there is time for questions now, or that's up to you, but here we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janos. You obviously paved the way for the discussion this afternoon. And I don't think that we want to make questions to you, but I just wanted to make one observation. When you were to C2G, I can remember the number of years that you used to come to the Climate Change Convention, to the COP, and talk to each country. And I think that when you started that, they might be at a stage that they didn't even know in what that was. So you were patiently talking during all the 2 weeks' time, many years, to each government. Also, I remember you calling me to say, Thelma, can you bridge me to talk to the Brazilian, government? And then the same as you might have done with many other governments and people that helped to bridge. So I think that you have done an excellent job, but still, I think that we have a long way to go in terms of having an international governance where governments would understand the need to together agree on the governance and the principles and the way to cooperate together. So I just wanted to thank you so much. And I remember how many webinars. So I take your talk when you say how hard is this to make everyone know. So the numerous talks that we have, webinars, to raise this issue to the civil society, to governments. And so I think that's the way to go. Little by little, placing a seed here, a seed there, and I think that's the way to go. And I would like to thank you so much for the hard work you have done. And obviously, you paved the way for this afternoon. Thank you, Janos.
Thank you very much, Thelma, and I really appreciate this. And I must say that this was a very collective effort with the whole team, talking to all these governments. One of them, Kai-Uwe Schmidt, is actually now in your country, sitting there in Rio, working on these issues and continuing to do that, but all the other colleagues, and including some of them who are participating in this event. So thank you, my colleagues. It was interesting, and I think we did something helpful, and now the next steps will be for others.
Thank you, Janos, again for taking the time. Okay, go to sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Ciao.
Obrigado, Thelma. Agradecemos
Thank you,
mais uma vez
Thelma.
a todos que muito nos honram com
We
suas
would
presenças
like
aqui
to
no
thank
auditório
you once more. It's a great honor to have you here online and face-to-face. Now we are going to break for lunch, and we are going to be back on this session with the session Perspectives on Existing and Potentially Needed National
If you could see inside my mind, you know the love I'm feeling is passionate thing. You step into my locked out world. I feel your touch on my shoulder. You turn my mind right over. Like a child before it learns to speak. I turn to stone. I turn to stone. Heaven give me words to tell you how I am feeling, what I am needing. Heaven let this message reach you. This desperation will stop my heart from beating. I won't be giving in. I die if I don't tell you just how I feel. I'll make you truly understand why kind of man can live with feelings of steel. I used to be so self-contained when I thought about love. A conversation heart to heart, I must confess it's so emotional thing. Before you think that I'm a fool, there's a flame that burns here, here's a feeling that's so rare. It's my nightmare when I go to speak. I turn to stone, I turn to stone. Heaven give me words to tell you how I am feeling, what I am needing. Heaven let this message reach you. This desperation will stop my heart from beating. Heaven give me words, heaven give me pride. Heaven let this message reach you. You've seen a heart born on my sleeve. I must express its soul emotional thing. Please be a witness to my dreams, so I wake up and say nothing gives me real. Heaven give me words to tell you how I am feeling, what I am needing. Heaven let this message reach you. This desperation will stop my heart from beating. Heaven give me words, heaven give me pride. Heaven let this message reach you. I've been searching for you. I heard a cry within my soul. I never had a yearning cry like this before. Until you cried, that day comes, I know it could win. I wonder if I'll ever see you again. A sacred gift from heaven, for better, worse, forever. And I would never let somebody break it down until you cry. Never. All of my life, where have you been? I wonder if I'll ever see you again. And if that day comes, I know it could win. I wonder if I'll ever see you. At every time I've always known you were there upon your throne, lonely queen without her king. Long for you, my love, forever. Never see you again. And if that day comes, I know we could win. I wonder if I'll ever see you again. All of my life, where have you been? I wonder if I'll ever see you again. And if that day comes, I know we could win. I wonder if I'll ever see you again. See you again. See you again. See you again. Temperature's rising now, and that word is the force that makes it happen. It asks good questions, why? So get closer to my body now. Just love me till you don't know how. Keep on with the first bounce out. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the first bounce out. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the first bounce out. Don't stop till you get enough. Keep on with the first bounce out. Don't stop till you get enough. Touch me, and I feel on fire. In nothing like a lofty desire. I'm melting like hot candle wax. Sensation, lovely, where are at? So let love take us through the hours. eternal. What shines in my eyes? So let love take us through the hours. I won't be complaining, 'cause your love is alright. Keep up with the first thumbs up, thumbs up till you get enough. Keep up with the first thumbs up, thumbs up till you get enough. Keep up with the first thumbs up, thumbs up till you get enough. Keep up with the first thumbs up, thumbs up till you get enough. Keep up. because only stone and steel accept my love. In the absence of your smiling face, I travel all over the place, and I have decided loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Making love with you is all I wanna do. Loving you is more than just a dream come true, and everything I do is out of loving you. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Do be da do do, do be do 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 me. No one else gonna make me feel the colors that you bring. Stay with me while we grow old, and we will live each day in springtime. Loving you has made my life so beautiful, and every day of my life is filled with loving you. Loving you, I see your soul come shining through, and every time that we have, I'm more in love with you. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Do 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 do, do 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 be. No one else gonna make me feel the colors of your brain. Stay with me while we grow old, and we will live each day in springtime. Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful, and every day of my life is filled with loving you. Loving you secret that the both of us are running out of time. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call you, never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss, just still anything. I had no idea of the state we were in. I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? Don't you remember? The reason you left me before. Baby, please remember me once more. When was the last time you thought of me? I have completely erased from your memories, 'cause I often think about when I went wrong. And the more I do, the less I know. I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? Don't you remember? The reason you loved me before. Baby, please remember me once more. Gave you the space so you could breathe. I gave my distance so you would be free. And I hope that you find the missing piece to bring you back to me. But don't you remember? Don't you remember? The reason you loved me before. Baby, please remember from the Queen of England to the hounds of hell. And if I catch you coming back my way, I'm gonna serve you to you. And that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what I'll do. I'll do. And the feeling coming from my bones says, find a home. I'm gonna Wichita, far from this opera forevermore. I'm gonna walk this road, make this sweet drip out of every pore. And I'm bleeding and I'm bleeding and I'm bleeding right before the Lord. All the words are gonna bleed from me, and I will sing no more. And the stains coming from my blood tell me go back home. I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me. I discovered that my castle stands upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you'd gone there was never an honest word. But that was when I ruled the world.
working as a waitress in a cocktail bar when I met you. I picked you out, I shook you up and turned you around, turned you into someone new. Now 5 years later on, you've got the world at your feet. Success has been so easy for you. But don't forget it's me who put you where you are now, and I can put you back down too. Don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when I hear that you won't see me. Don't you want me? You know I don't believe you when you say that you don't need me. It's much too late to find. You think you've changed your mind? You'd better change it back, or we would both be sorry. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, I was working as a waitress in a cocktail bar, but much is true. But even then I knew I'd find a much better place, either with or without you. The 5 years we have had have been such good times. I still love you, but now I think it's time to live my life on my own. I guess it's just what I must do. Don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when I hear that you won't see me. Don't you want me? You know I don't believe you when you say that you don't need me. It's much too late to find. You think you've changed your mind? You'd better change it back, or we would both be sorry. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh.
Step off the train, I'm walking down your street again, past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there. Now you disappeared somewhere, like out of space. You found some better place, and I miss you.
Sometimes I feel I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away from the pain you drive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my light. For I just and turn, I can't sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away. You don't really want any more from me. To make things right, you need someone to hold you tight. And you think love is to pray, but I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Don't touch me, please, I cannot stand the way you tease. I love you, though you hurt me so. Now I'm going to pack my things and go. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love.
I love myself. I want you to love me when I feel down. I want you above me. I search myself. I want you to find me. I forget myself. I want you to remind me. I don't want anybody else. When I think about you, I touch myself. Oh, I don't want anybody else. Oh no, oh no, oh no. You're the one who makes me come running. You're the sun who makes me shine. When you're around, I'm always laughing. I wanna make you mine. I close my eyes and see you before me. Think I would die if you were to ignore me. I fool could see just how much I adore you. I get down on my knees, I do anything for you. I want you. I don't want anybody else. I touch myself. I love myself. I want you to love me when I feel down. I want you above me. I search myself. I want you to find me. I forget myself. I want you to remind me. I don't want anybody else. When I think about you, I touch myself. Oh, I don't want anybody else. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I touch myself.
So true, funny it seems, always in time, but never in line for dreams. Head over heel, won't do the toe. This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound. I bought a ticket to the world, but now I've come back again. Why do I find it hard to write and explain? Oh, I want the truth to be said. I know this match is true. I know this match is true. With the thrill of my hand and the peel of my tongue, deaths of the nerves that had just begun. Listen to Marvin all night long. This is the sound of my soul. This is the sound. Always slipping from my hands. Set a time of its own. Take your scissored arms and write the next line. But I want the truth to be known. I know this much is true. I know this much is true. I bought a ticket to the world, but now I've come back again. Why do I find it hard to write and explain? Oh, I want the truth to be said. I know this much is true.
Steer it up, little darling, steer it up. Come on, baby, come on and steer it up.
Desejamos uma boa tarde a todas as pessoas que muito nos honram com suas presenças aqui no auditório do MCTI. Estendemos nossos cumprimentos ao público que nos prestigia por meio da transmissão online. É um prazer tê-los conosco ao longo do dia para este seminário
It's a
tão
great
importante.
pleasure to have you here for
Estamos
this
de
very
volta
important
com o
seminar.
seminário
We're back with the
Modificação da
seminar
Radiação Solar,
Solar
Perspectivas,
Radiation
Incertezas e
Modifications,
Desafios Éticos e
Perspectives and
Governança.
Uncertainties and Ethical
Daremos
and
sequência
Governance
agora
Aspects.
falando sobre as
We're going
perspectivas
to
de governança
start
nacional e
by
internacional.
talking about the
Convidamos ao
international
palco o
and national
professor Paulo
perspectives.
Artacho,
We
que fará a
invite to the
mediação desta
stage
sessão.
Professor Paulo
E
Artacho,
aproveito para
who is
apresentar os
going to
participantes
mediate
que estão
this
conosco de
session.
maneira
And I'd
remota
like to
e
introduce the
participarão deste
participants who
painel.
were with us
Alia Hassan,
remotely.
diretora de
Alia
Política
Hassan,
Internacional da The
Director of
Alliance for Just
International
Deliberation on
Policy
Solar
at the Alliance
Geoengineering,
for Just
especializada no
Deliberation on
envolvimento de
Solar
países do Sul
Geoengineering,
Global em
specializing in
deliberações
engaging
SRM.
Global South countries in
Matthias Honecker,
SRM deliberations.
diretor sênior de
Matthias
programas para
Honecker,
intervenções
Senior
climáticas
Program
no
Director for
Center
Climate
for
Interventions at the
Future
Center for
Generation,
Future
e Omar
Generations.
Lopes,
And
diretor
Omar
científico do
Lopes,
Instituto
the
Interamericano de
Scientific
Pesquisa sobre
Director
Mudanças
of
Globais,
Inter-American Institute for
responsável
Global
pelos
Change
programas
Research,
científicos
responsible
do
for the
IAI e pelo
IAI's
desenvolvimento de
scientific
iniciativas,
programs and
redes
for
e parcerias
developing
para
initiatives,
pesquisas
networks, and
transdisciplinares.
partnerships for
E também o senhor
transdisciplinary
Pedro Ivo
research.
Ferraz, que está aqui
And Mr.
presencialmente,
Pedro Ivo
diplomata de
Ferraz, in
carreira,
person, career
coordenador de assuntos
diplomat,
científicos e
coordinator
tecnológicos
for Science
do
and
Departamento de
Technology
Clima do
Affairs of the
Ministério das
Climate
Relações
Department of the
Exteriores
Ministry
e
for
membro do
Foreign
Comitê
Affairs,
Executivo de
and member
Tecnologia da
of the
Convenção Quadro
Technology
das Nações
Executive
Unidas
Committee
sobre a
of the
Mudança do Clima.
UNFCCC.
Sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Professor Paulo Artacho,
Welcome,
concede a palavra
Professor
neste momento.
Paulo Artacho. I give you the floor.
Iniciamos então essa mesa redonda e é importante
We start
relembrar
with this
o
round
tema
table,
dessa
and
mesa
it's
redonda,
important
que
to
acho que é um
remind the
tema
topic of this round
estratégico para a
table,
gente,
which I
que
believe
é
is a
então
strategic
as
topic to us,
perspectivas sobre a
which are the
governança
perspectives
nacional
on
e
national and
internacional eficiente
international
e
governance,
potencialmente necessário para a
and
pesquisa. É
what we could
importante sempre
need concerning
enfatizar a
research.
questão
It's very
da
important to
pesquisa.
emphasize that we're
Então,
talking
pela
about
ordem, eu
research.
gostaria de
So
convidar
according to the order,
Alia
I'd like
Hassan
to
para
invite
fazer
Alia
a sua
Hassan
intervenção.
so she
Alia,
could
a palavra
have
está
her
com você.
intervention. Alia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paulo. Nice to see you from a distance, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this discussion today. I want to build off, and I wasn't connected to the first part of the day, but I imagine that the last presentation that you had from János kind of showcased that there is a fragmented landscape when it comes to research governance. And so we have a number of different multilateral bodies that are addressing different aspects of SRM governance, but nothing comprehensive, no coherent framework, and no enforcement mechanisms. There's a gap at the national level as well with governments that haven't taken a clear, that don't have clear policies on SRM. And this creates a vacuum that allows unilateral or poorly consulted experiments. And we've seen an example of this in Mexico. Unsure if this is something that was covered earlier. Happy to come back to it during the discussion. And finally, there's a capacity and an equity gap where many policymakers and civil society organizations in the Global South lack the resources to be able to meaningfully engage in this discussion. And this poses a risk that governance is disproportionately shaped by the Global North. And I think for a region like Latin America and the Caribbean, the stakes are very deeply connected in questions of justice and equity. And this is where I'd like to focus my presentation. Justice and equity being fundamental values that governance needs to build on. And governance understood as more than just a set of rules or regulation. It really requires legitimacy, trust, equity, and justice. And for that, participation and ethics need to be central to any governance discussion on research. We've seen a few examples of failed experiments due to lack of governance. In particular, the Harvard Scopex experiment in Sweden, the Marine Cloud Brightening experiment in Alameda, California, are two examples of experiments that were shut down due to lack of transparency and local participation. And when it comes to the ethics of SRM, I just want to mention a very good framework that was developed by the American Geophysical Union last year, the Ethical Framework Principles, which serve as a robust code of conduct to guide research governance for SRM. So this is kind of the context in which some of our organizations are looking or are stepping into this space. The organization that I work for really aims to connect the dots between fragmented governance, ethical principles, and real-world participation. Maybe we'll have time to go back to this in more detail. But coming back to the values of justice and equity, an important question is what kind of principles can guide SRM governance, SRM research governance going forward, and how do we make sure that these values are reflected in SRM research? And again, coming back to the ethical framework principles that I mentioned earlier by the American Geophysical Union, they've set forward a number of principles that are very useful to guide the governance process and discussions around the governance of research. They put forward the need for responsible research, so putting in place mitigation deterrent safeguards, so research can't be presented as a substitute for emissions reductions, which is really key to any discussion on SRM. Climate justice, ensuring that SRM doesn't deepen inequalities or disproportionately affect vulnerable communities or ecosystem. Inclusive public participation, facilitating the engagement of policymakers, of civil society and affected communities, and making sure also that free, prior, and informed consent is secured from affected communities where experiments take place. The principle of transparency and accountability. Research should be open, registered, and subject to oversight. And finally, informed governance. So just making sure that research follows all applicable local, regional, national, and international laws and regulations. I think I'll stop there for now, and we can come back to some of these in the discussion.
Many thanks, Alia. Here you point some of the critical points that you have to take on after the questions and answer session. So I'd like to call Matthias Honegger, that is also, as far as I understood, a co-create NGO member. Please, Matthias, the word is with you.
Bom dia, and thank you for the opportunity to join this important conversation here in Brazil. I certainly wished I was there with you in person. I come to you from Brussels, where I work with the Center for Future Generations, seeking to support the broader governance effort on SRM. But I speak mainly today as the leader of the Co-Create project, which is a Horizon Europe funded project exploring the conditions for responsible research on solar radiation modification. And I focus there on publicly funded research. So I take the point that Alia made in regards to private efforts and the caution that comes around that topic. I focus on public funded research given the scope of the project. And this is in my second affiliation with Perspectives Climate Research. So the very idea of researching SRM is controversial, and I believe this is why the European Commission called on this project to explore this issue. Could research weaken climate action or even open the door to premature or unilateral deployment? Or could research also help us avoid those very risks? Both are very real possibilities. And the difference between them might just be down to the two magical words, research governance. Clearly, SRM raises not only scientific questions, but profound political, ethical, and social ones. And even the most mundane research can still shape narratives, expectations, and trust. Yet governance here might not mean setting rigorous rules for what scientists might study or speak about, Rather, the question might be about how the research endeavor can become more robust in light of SRM's broad implications. A lot is at stake indeed. Can we make sure that the research answers to the priorities that countries around the world and people in those countries, like Brazil, might have? For me, a lot comes down also to the question whether we can work together across world regions on the science and on the policy alongside to help today's and tomorrow's decision makers grapple with this issue. Co-create starts from the very simple premise that we cannot answer these questions through science alone or by the global north alone. We need the dialogue, including with voices from across the globe. This is why, for example, Co-create is convening a global conference next year in May, and we would be very delighted to see many of you in Brussels joining us into this discussion on what guidelines or principles might work to guide the research in Europe and perhaps elsewhere as well. We want to convene not just academics, policy practitioners, but also civil society and other voices for richer conversations on this. Clearly, research governance is not about deciding now whether SRM should or should not ever be used. It is about ensuring that the research is done responsibly and that it provides relevant answers without distorting reality. And it is also about creating the space for dialogue while decision makers are not yet under extreme pressures due to overwhelming climate threats. But this luxury of time, we do not have it for that much longer. Muito obrigado.
Oh yeah, thank you very much to raise key issues also. So now I would like to ask Omar Lopez, that is the scientific director for the Inter-American Institute for Global Climate Research. Omar, the word is with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to start by appreciating the invitation from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation from Brazil to participate and take part in this conversation. This is a very important conversation. Just to start off, the IAI is an intergovernmental agency with 33 years of presence in the American continent. We serve 19 countries, and we support global science through excellence in research, capacity building, and science diplomacy for a more sustainable and resilient Americas, basically. So we work regionally, and we do this by promoting international cooperation, transdisciplinary science, and the full exchange of scientific information relevant to global environment. So I'm in charge of the sort of scientific agenda of the Institute, but also we do have a science diplomacy branch that also interact in taking part in capacity building at the sort of at the policy maker level. So we have, in order to sort of go to the point of how do we break barriers about talking about SRM and research governance, I would like to state that we have started about 4 years ago in providing sort of capacity building for policymakers in the region. We work for 19 countries, and we did take place in Kingston, where we provided the first capacity building for policymakers and scientists in the region to bring up sort of the participation from the Global South. So we conducted this workshop, and sort of one of the takeaways from this workshop and these discussions in Kingston was that countries in the region need to prioritize SRM among all the other priorities that they face. And early in the morning, we saw that there is sort of inequalities on sort of research capacity, and with those inequalities also go the capacity to deal with SRM or to manage or knowledge of SRM. So basically, the takeaway from this workshop is that we need to elevate the discussion, we need to elevate the knowledge, and share that knowledge to all the countries in the region in order to maintain the conversation about SRM. So this is our first key point that I want to make, that we are sort of pushing to maintain the conversation in the region with all the parties. And also the talk or the conversation in Kingston brought up some different or interesting perspective about SRM and sort of marine cloud brightening. So the region in the Caribbean seems to be more keen into understanding more about marine brightening, cloud brightening, because it seems closer to them in terms of the tourism industry and sort of the ecosystems that they are surrounded by. So those are two things that are highlighted from that experience in the region. And recently, in alliance with the Degrees Initiative and also the DSG, we are been broadening that conversation in the region, and we have launched a series of actions to bring the conversation, elevate the conversation in the region. And we have conducted a series of webinars where we have presented to parties sort of the most current science on SRM and all geoengineering techniques. And also, we are now bringing sort of in-person, in-depth workshop. So I would like to emphasize the need to maintain that conversation among parties, so that this priority, the SRM priority among the parties, is also put up in their scale and the hierarchical levels of priorities. So in order to be able to bring research, we also support several research action in the region that are funded by ARIA and some others by Degrees, that are researchers that collaborate with the II. And so in general, I think that we have to, in order to make informed decisions either about SRM or to bring governance about research of SRM, we need to bring representatives from all different parts in the region and educate them, bring capacities, and be able to maintain the conversation so that there is a perspective on from the global south, and also other perspective from, for example, biodiversity, social content, and ethical considerations. And I will leave it there for now, unless there is more questions.
Many thanks, Omar. So now I will invite Pedro Ivo to give his view on this critical issue. Pedro?
Yes. It seems that English has become the official language of this panel, so maybe I can have my intervention in English. So thank you very much. It's a big pleasure to be here. I'd like to laud the initiative of ICS and the Ministry of Science and Technology, Innovation. Also extend my appreciation for the invitation from Thelma. I think this is a very important dialogue to have. And I think this is perhaps the first in-depth kind of exchange we have here in Brazil, focused in the reality of Brazil on this topic. And for me as a diplomat, as one who is negotiating this matter in international fora, is fundamental to have the viewpoint of different stakeholders here in the country, so that we can gradually build a position that relies on concrete facts and the diverse views that are there from different stakeholders and group of interests here in our country. So congratulations for this initiative. The topic is about governance, and I think perhaps I would like to tackle this topic through, by going through perhaps 3 questions that we normally pose ourselves when we develop a position, a national position in a specific topic. First, the first fundamental question is whether a actual governance on the matter is needed or not. I think that is perhaps an initial fundamental question, and I agree with Alia that what we have as of today is a fragmented governance where topics are being dealt within different conventions, and we don't have like a coordinated framework, a governance framework. So I think that's perhaps the first, let's say, question that we need to is a coordinated governance really necessary? The second is, if it's necessary, where, in which place and which forum is it, which forum needs to guide that governance? Where, should we have, let's say, this cohesive force being taken place in terms of decisions to be made on a specific topic? And then the question that follows immediately afterwards is, which format does this governance take, should it take? So going through very quickly on these three questions, which, let's say, is helping us to form a position, and I'll also, let's say, in that process, I will comment on how we tackled this in different fora, specifically UNEA, where I had the privilege to lead the negotiations from the Brazilian side in terms of this topic of SRM. So I think in terms of whether governance is needed or a coordinated governance is needed or not, I think we have sufficient elements out there to justify a coordinated governance. I think we've heard from Paulo, from Thelma, and other colleagues here today that, it's a technology that is becoming more and more mature. We already have like field experiments. We have even startups already conducting research on that matter. I remember the time we negotiated this the first time, I remember seeing a startup from the US which was selling cooling credits online, and you could actually buy $10 of cooling credits through an online platform. So it's already real. It's already kind of happening. I think the other element is that there are lots of uncertainties and risks involved. There are also potential benefits, but I think the reason that we have already things taking place that have significant risks already justify really a coordinated governance. And it was touched upon by many of our colleagues here in the panel. There are, let's say, there is an imbalance in terms of research, global north, global south. I think that's another element that justifies let's say, a coordinated, international coordinated approach in order to bring some balance, at least when it comes to research capabilities. So I think, given all these aspects, the Brazilian diplomacy has since end of 2023 already taken a decision to really support the creation of governance on that topic, because if we don't do that, there is, let's say, the risk of having a institutional vacuum that would allow these experiments, field experiments, and the startups to continue doing what they want. So I think it's important that we develop some kind of oversight on the matter. Then the subsequent question is, which forum should we start to build this kind of coordinated governance? Which forum should lead this coordination? Because, as Alia said, it's fragmented right now. Thelma today in the morning presented a slide with so many different institutions where the topics is being dealt with, the Convention of Biological Diversity. We have the WMO, we have UNEA. I'll talk about a little bit about UNEA. The IPCC, of course, is dealing with it. I would just additionally mention the Montreal Protocol on the ozone layer also has had decisions on the topic, although, I mean, the decision was to, you know, call the attention for the risks involved and the risks it may cause, especially SAI, so stratospheric aerosol injection, the risks for the, let's say, recovery of the ozone layer. So they kind of, the decision was to call the attention, there are many risks involved. So, but somehow they dealt with the topic. And also the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, also dealt with the topic because of the sulfur emissions that are related to this sector. And so I think the closest we have come in terms of creating or starting to shape a coordinated governance, I would say happened in the UN Environmental Assembly, in the sixth one that took place in Nairobi in February 2024. There was a resolution, a proposed resolution from the government of Switzerland to create a very, let's say, lightweight governance, basically a group of experts within the UNEA establishment to follow the progress of research in this area. Basically that. So no actual enforcement, but it was, let's say, we've regarded this as an initial step towards. So you create a group of experts within an institutional arrangement, and you start to, you know, year by year follow on the progress of research, the assessment of risks and impacts, and this will, let's say, inform future deliberations on the matter. But unfortunately, this resolution was not approved because there were already some governments in the negotiations. Unfortunately, I cannot say which governments, but maybe you can guess, which were definitely against this proposal. I mean, they saw this as a really, you know, something that would inhibit research and so on. Although, I mean, it was just an expert group that was created just to follow up more consequentially this matter. Although the resolution was not approved, I think it's important. I mean, the whole process of negotiating, I think, was quite interesting because we've concluded many things throughout this negotiation process. First conclusion was that many countries, sorry to say that, but many countries are still lost in terms of how to handle the topic of SRM. You know, by talking to some of the negotiators bilaterally, what we found out is that they don't even know which institution would be more capable to deal with this topic. You know, within the government, they didn't know which you know, agency would be more suitable to really delve into that matter. So that was, let's say, a perception I had. The second interesting fact that I would, let's say, highlight from these negotiations is that, you know, I say that very humbly, but Brazil was the only party that highlight the fact of research capability imbalances between the countries. It was the only delegation that raised that topic. And when we raised that topic, to our surprise, we saw that other developing countries positioned themselves against building research capabilities in developing countries on the topic, which was, I mean, a bit surprising. And then I immediately ran to that you know, delegate and asked, why? But and the answer, immediate answer I became was, well, you know, if we start building research capabilities, then we will create the capabilities to build such technologies, and then the likelihood of these technologies to be applied will increase. So it's like, you know, it's that metaphor of the double-edged sword. You know, you can you support research for assessment of impact, but at the same time, it can eventually, I think, evolve to actually capabilities of building the technology. And I think you addressed that in your intervention. And I think that's one of the items we need really to think about. I mean, where to draw that line between capability of assessment and capability to really build the technologies and deploy them. I think that's another area which I think is quite important, and that from these negotiations alone, I think it came up very, very, very strongly. So I think, but despite the fact that the resolution was not approved, I think the topic only grew in importance. I think we've seen more and more experiments coming up, and this will certainly be a topic that will come up again at UNEA 7, which will happen in December this year, after COP30. And if I'm still alive after COP30, I may go to UNEA 7 to really deal with this. But I think that's an important, I mean, it's only growing in importance. And maybe some words about the IPCC. Because the IPCC, as Thelma mentioned, has already dealt with the topic in AR6, and it was for the first time that it came as an explicit, chapter title in AR7. I was in the negotiations for the chapter of the title of the chapters, and the interesting thing that we had to fight for is to put SRM at its correct place, because the process, and Thelma explained the process quite well, but there is we as governments, we receive a proposal of the chapters that were, let's say, a proposal that is elaborated by experts. And the proposal, as it came for us to deliberate on, has put SRM as a topic to be dealt with under Working Group 3, mitigation. And our immediate reaction was exactly what you mentioned in the morning. That's not about mitigation. It's something complete different. It reduces, let's say, the effect of something, but it's not about mitigation. So we had to fight to bring SRM actually to chapter 1, to Working Group 1, and also 2, because it has impacts and so on, and it was dealt with adaptation as well. So that was another element of the negotiations that are also, let's say, subject to discussion. And so what I see as a future is that I think that topic will be dealt with, I think, in depth again at UNEA 7, maybe with new perspectives from countries. I think maybe some of the countries who said they didn't know about it, maybe they are more knowledgeable now, and perhaps we may have a more advance in end of this year. Yeah, thank you.
Very good points, really nice. So we see a very broad set of issues brought to the table. So now it's time for discussion. So if anyone would like to raise any points, I know, Thelma, we have many points, but be brief for us in the profit of time.
First, it's nice to see Omar, that we met online, Omar, during the IAI governance event. And my first question goes to you. If you allow me, Paula, I'm going to do a question to each one. And so, Omar, I would really like to know the end result, because the IAI event was addressing governance, right? So I would like to know if there are any reluctance in terms of, for instance, not even wanting to talk about governance, but not even talking about SRM because of moral hazard. If moral hazard is indeed one issue that permeates the concerns of developing countries. And for those that do not really know, moral hazards, it's the concern that developing countries have that in developing technologies like SRM, you are creating alternatives to really deep mitigation. And that's the concern. So that's my question, Omar, if you could address a little bit of the concern on moral hazard. And Matthias, it's nice to see you. We have been together a couple of months ago. And you obviously are being supported, your project is being supported from other initiatives. And what I ask you is there a funding that allow you to really continue the project for a long time, or you have concerns that at some point you have to halt your project because of inadequacy or insufficient funding? And if you would be supported by your national, if that would alleviate this issue. And Elia, you have been working so much into this issue of global north, global south. And obviously we know that most of the research is being done in the global north. The results of these do not really get very clear to us. We know the potential impacts of SRM in Africa, in particular in the changes in patterns of rain and precipitation patterns. And not necessarily this gets to those concerns that will be effective, inclusive in terms of their agriculture and economics. They don't really know how the results will impact because this is being done elsewhere and they are not engaged. So I would like you to see how could we bring, closeness of the global north to the global south and engage in them in such a way that they would know where these results are coming from, understanding the uncertainties and being able to deal with it. And Pedro, yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I know how hard this is, but you said UNEA coming up now in December. Do you think that a new proposal will be tabled on SRM? And my question to you is also like this. I thought that the concerns of the countries that did not approve was more on moral hazards, and not because they would do research to develop technologies and deploy. So I was expecting your answer to be different from the one you provided. So do you think that this is going to be tabled again? Because it really scares me a little bit, the reaction, because this puts us backwards. As much knowledge is being brought to the table, it seems that this, instead of leading us to something more positive, is pushing us back into the concerns of possible and potential consequences. So I'll leave it here, and I would like to know if you have the sense, because you have been following this up for some time. And again, do you think that this issue is not time for COP? Do you think it's going to be still in side events, but not quite there? Are we getting, as I said, more far away than closer to bringing this to an international governance at some kind of forum? So I'll leave it here, Paul, and I'm sorry, but I have 4 questions, right?
Yes, yes. So we'll try to go to answer objectively your questions. Start with Alia, then Matthias, then Omar, then Pedro Ivo. Please, Alia.
Thank you. Thanks, Thelma, for your question. Actually, one of the things that comes to mind in this discussion about UNEA was that in spite of not reaching a consensus on the actual initial resolution that was tabled, there was an interesting proposal that was put forward by the African group, and that was to create a repository of information as kind of a foundational step to be able to access information to level the playing field so that every country has access to information, and not just countries, but also any stakeholder. So I thought that was personally a very interesting proposal that just kind of precedes, it's kind of the stepping stone so that everybody can take the time to be well informed. I share many of Pedro's observations about UNEA. There was clearly different positions, but it was maybe a little bit difficult to reach a consensus considering how different the levels of knowledge of the different government representatives were, the different negotiators were at the table. But to answer your question about how to make sure that the research is accessible to the communities that may be affected by them. I mean, there's different levels, right? In the case, for example, of experiments that are happening in particular localities, one of the essential principles, ethical principles, is to involve the community in the research and maybe co-develop some of the research questions and work together from the onset so that there is a buy-in from the local community and a possibility to move the research forward in a way that responds to the concerns, the needs of the local communities. I think when it comes to civil society, maybe at large, as a big group of stakeholders, it would really be helpful to be able to translate some of this information in more accessible terms. I think oftentimes, and I consider myself part of this group, when I read the research conclusions of a lot of these papers, it's not necessarily very accessible. It's difficult to understand if you're not a scientist. It refers to different IPCC scenarios. So unless you're very well versed in the technicalities, it's difficult to understand. And again, it's not just that it's difficult to understand, but there's also a very different amount of information available from the Global South and the Global North. There is really a disparity. I am not a modeler, so I don't really understand the intricacies in full detail, but my understanding is that there is a limited capacity to have granular information on the behavior of certain weather patterns, for example, to be able to determine with precision how different places would be impacted by different kinds of climate interventions. So I think putting in place the necessary mechanisms to make sure that there's sufficient funding for Global South researchers, not only to conduct the research, but to work together with local stakeholders to identify the relevant, and policymakers to identify the relevant questions that need answers to, so we can so every country can make informed decisions together with civil society and affected communities is really key. Understanding the uncertainties, there are many of those, and it's difficult to understand to what extent we'll be able to get to really respond to a lot of these uncertainties. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with capacity building. This is something that we do at DSG and that Omar mentioned, that we're collaborating with the IAI to try to kind of bridge the gap between the different levels of knowledge in the region, and to put in place some practical exercises to, practice negotiation on a subject that is actually very much very uncertain. It's very difficult to negotiate something that has so many uncertainties, as the case with solar radiation modification. So we're trying to fill these gaps, and we do this with governments, but also with civil society, bring them together, bring in some experts, provide the most balanced scientific evidence that we can, and give the opportunity to participants to have the agency to make their own decisions. We're not trying to influence that at all. So I think these opportunities with some of the actors present in this space is really important to be able to fill in some of these gaps.
Thank you, Alia. Please, Matthias.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you kindly, Thelma, for that excellent question. If I heard you, it is mainly on the issue of funding. So I will differentiate for the Co-Create project in its current form. This runs only until the end of 2026 by design. So this is European Horizon funding. And I hope that by then we will have made a helpful contribution to ensuring responsible research can be done. It's not currently clear whether the EU will fund SRM research as such. Right now, there is no dedicated funding line in sight that I know of. And in some way, this kind of reflects the global situation where actually there is much less than 1% of the climate science research that is being dedicated to studying the risks and the uncertainties of solar radiation modification. So everyone can, of course, make a judgment call whether that's the right amount or whether that might want to change. But just to put that in context, I think is quite important. Now, my work at the Center for Future Generations has philanthropic funding, for which we are, of course, grateful, but I also believe that this work needs to become government-owned. And it is, at the end of the day, it is the decision makers in the public policy sphere that need to grapple with this issue. And for them to be able to own this issue, I do believe that this also requires public funding, both on the science and simply on the deliberation that needs to happen, for example, between ministries in different countries, and of course, between countries at the global stage. So in that context, I think it is important to have these conversations without them shutting down particular possibilities from the get-go. And I should also mention, just very briefly for completeness sake, that we have at the center also secured some funding from the Advanced Research and Innovation Agency, ARIA, and I also see Mark Symes in attendance. This allows us to explore various possible futures, so to do strategic foresight, where we actually interview people around the world, stakeholders from very different kinds of backgrounds, to have a better sense of how the next 10 years might unfold and how that might shape the conversation on SRM, not in a technical sense, but also taking global politics and geopolitics into consideration on that front. So there is a different movement on the funding side, but ultimately there is a lack of public funding, if I have to put it very, very concisely.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias. So Omar, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Thelma, for your questions. If I hear you correctly, it's on the moral hazards and sort of how present it is in terms of sort of negating even the conversation, and what alternatives do we have for that. I had the opportunity to participate in the workshop that we conducted in Kingston, Jamaica, years ago, and I was a participant, not organizing as I am right now as a director of science, and I had the opportunity to share a lot with the participants from the countries, and there was the issue very present about the moral hazard and the negative completely sort of shut down about the topic. And I think that comes now that we are conducting this series of webinars this year, and we are about to have sort of an in-person workshop. A lot of that comes from one, sort of the lack of knowledge. So basically, basic conversation about understanding SRM is necessary in the region, especially small countries that don't have the capacity, the scientific capacity, and many of small countries, for example, in the Central American and Caribbean region, don't have the climatologies to understand the modeling and the science behind it. So it is important, as circling back to what Alia said, that putting the information in a format that is more digestible and more that can be delivered better for scientists and also for policymakers. So What we are doing is trying to maintain the conversation alive, and I think we need to pay attention in sort of continuing this conversation and bringing sort of the latest knowledge about this to policymakers in the region and scientific communities, the openness to participate, to sort of reduce that gap that exists. And I think that's very important in addressing in the following years, if we want to sort of level the field in terms of keeping the conversation open about SRM and having a governance, and also having countries make a decision based on the knowledge that they have at hand. And I will leave it there for
Okay,
Pedro,
thank you very much, Omar. So finally, Pedro Ivo.
Yes, thank you very much, Thelma, for the question. And I realized I didn't give too much detail on the actually position of Brazil with regards to the most adequate forum to have this, let's say, more coordinated, governance. So let me spend a few words on that. We are a bit reluctant. We were and we are still reluctant of addressing this topic within the UNFCCC as, let's say, a negotiating item. Of course, the COPs are today as they are. I mean, in terms of the amount of stakeholders anyone can bring, to the action agenda, the topics, the side events, the topics they want. And as you know, in previous COPs, there are discussions around SRM. There are events, side events organized. But in terms of a negotiated or a mandate to negotiate, I think we are a bit reluctant in bringing this topic of SRM there, because, I mean, the focus needs to be on mitigation in terms of, adaptation, but I mean, in terms of tackling the root cause of the problem, the focus needs to be on mitigation. So and let's say Brazilian government's, let's say, position is a bit that if we bring SRM in, we may deviate from that, very important objective. So that's, and the reason to, pursue that at UNEA, I think, comes from the fact that it is a forum where environmental topics are addressed in a cross-cutting manner. If you see that, SRM has been raised as a concern by the Montreal Protocol. It has been raised as a concern by the Convention of Biological Diversity, by the Maritime Organization. So it is cross-cutting, I mean, and perhaps UNEA is the as a most adequate place to have that discussion, and it can evolve to something that has, I'm using the diplomatic jargon, something that has teeth, so that can really bite. So if you think about the negotiation right now on the treatment for plastics, it came from a resolution at UNEA. So UNEA started, let's say, with a resolution and then resulted in a mandate to negotiate a treatment of plastics. We're still not there in terms of the treatment, but we are getting there at some point. So it is, let's say, a fora that can result in concrete actions and concrete governance. So that's why we think that it may be worth pursuing it. Let's see whether it will come up at UNEA 7. I am quite confident it will. There has been actually a call from the UNEP director to have this topic discussed from UNEP director. The Secretariat of UNEA is provided by UNEP. So, and there has been an explicit call to bring this topic again to the table. So there is, let's say, interest from parties. I need to check whether there is already a proposed resolution on the table. Some resolutions are already floating around. Maybe Alia knows that, but I'm confident this will come up again, and I think with parties that perhaps are a bit more knowledgeable about the topic. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We very successfully ended this session, unless there are any other questions from other people. So let us thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you, Alia. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Omar. And then we go for the last session of today. Lots of discussions on this topic. So, Ben, the last session is called o que vem a seguir para o Brasil nacionalmente.
What comes next for Brazil nationally and beyond? An exchange of views on research and other governance issues. We are going to have 3 panelists. I would like to invite Oswaldo Moraes. He is representing the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we will also have Clara Boto, who must be online. Please check if Clara Boto is online and bring her to the panel. And while she's coming, oh, Clara is here. Hello, Clara.
Olá, boa noite, quer dizer, boa tarde para vocês.
Hello, good afternoon. And Thelma, crew. And Pedro Ivo as well, who must be tired.
Seu nome estava aqui pequenininho. Exato. Bom.
Your name is showing here, in very small letters. So I think it's easier to start with the online presentation. And she's Brazilian, so Clara, it's good that you speak Portuguese. Clara is the Director of Outreach at the Alliance for Just Deliberation on Solar Geoengineering in Cambridge. So, Clara, please start.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Vocês conseguem me ouvir?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Wonderful.
Eu não sei muito bem qual rumo a nossa conversa vai hoje.
I don't know
não recebi
what
perguntas,
is
mas acho que eu gostaria de agradecer ao IX e ao Ministério
the
de
topic of
Tecnologia e
conversation. I
Inovação por
didn't
organizarem
receive the
esse evento
questions,
tão
but I'd like
importante.
to thank IX for organizing this very important event. I don't remember each panelist mentioned that, but maybe Thelma.
Primeiro evento
This is
que eu
the
vejo
first event,
mais robusto acontecendo no
first
Brasil
robust event happening in Brazil about SRM.
Na verdade,
But in reality,
vez que eu ouvi falar sobre esse
the
tema
first time
foi
I
no
heard
Brasil,
about this topic was in Brazil,
mais de 6 anos atrás já.
more than 6
Foi
years
evento
ago.
organizado
It
pela
was an event
Academia Brasileira de
organized by the
Ciências
Brazilian Academy of Science in Rio,
mudou a minha carreira.
and it changed my career, basically.
Eu já trabalhava com...
aquele evento serviu para alguma coisa.
It's good that that it was a fruitful event. Yes, very much. That's why I'm here. I was working with several governance initiatives on environment and climate, and I received their newsletter, and I saw this email on this
Não chamavam de geoengenharia, era
International Symposium on Climate Engineering.
Eu pensei, nunca ouvi falar
And I
sobre
thought, I'd
isso.
never heard about that. I'm going to go. And I remember that on that day,
Não sei, acho que eu pensei em desistir, mas
I
acabei
thought
indo.
of giving up, but I ended up going.
O que foi mais chocante para mim foi
And what was shocking me the most is what's happening to many people today. To know that this is a research field that was being discussed in policy settings, and I never heard about that.
Como eu falei, essa reação de
So I was shocked. I had no idea it could exist.
amigos e colegas meus que já me conhecem
I have
desde essa
friends and
época,
colleagues who
falam que eu meio que não parava de
who
falar sobre isso, e sempre tentava trazer, tipo,
knew
será que a gente
me
não
at the
pode
time,
escrever algum
and they
paper
told
sobre
me
isso?
that I was
Ou
talking
por
about
que que a gente não
that
está falando sobre isso?
all the
Mas eu
time.
acho que em 2019
And
talvez ainda não
and
era o
maybe
momento certo, não sei,
2019 was
talvez a
not the
gente
right
tinha
moment. Maybe
outras prioridades que
we
eram
had
mais
other
importantes, o que é
priorities
um
that were
argumento que é usado até
more
hoje, não é?
important. And
Dizer,
this is
tipo,
an argument that
a
we've been
gente tem
using.
tantos outros problemas,
We
não
have
só do
so many
clima, tipo,
other
tem problemas
problems, not
sociais,
only on
econômicos para
climate, but
falar, por
also
que que a gente vai
social and
estar
economic
dedicando os
matters to
nossos
speak.
recursos e até o
Why
nosso tempo
should
para
we
falar sobre
dedicate
isso, né?
resources and
Mas eu
time
acho que
to
hoje
discuss this matter?
esse argumento já
But
caiu
I
por
think
terra,
that
porque a
this
gente sabe que a
argument
urgência é
is
muito
no
maior
longer
hoje, 6 anos
valid
depois,
because it's much urgent
mas não quer
today
dizer que ainda há
to deal
um
with
desconhecimento muito grande, né?
this
Então, por isso eu fico
global
muito feliz
warming.
que esse evento esteja sendo realizado
But
hoje.
we still
Espero
don't know
que
much
isso
about
seja um
that. So I'm
sinal
very
de que a gente
happy
precisa de mais eventos, assim.
that we have this event, and maybe it's a signal
Mesmo
that
que
we
seja uma
need more
minoria,
events like
há
that.
pesquisadores no
Even
Brasil que
if
estão
it's a
trabalhando com isso,
minority, there
tanto
are
na parte das
researchers
ciências
in
sociais
Brazil
como
working with
da
that, with social
engenharia e
science,
ciências naturais.
engineering, and natural sciences.
Então, as pessoas existem, não é?
So
Então,
people
agora é só
are
como
there.
aumentar, como trazer isso para
We
mais
just
pessoas.
have to increase the interest, bringing that to more people.
Obrigado, Clara. Então, passo a
Thank you, Clara.
palavra
I would like to give the floor to
professor Oswaldo Moraes
Professor
para
Oswaldo
falar
Moraes.
exatamente o que o
He's going
MCTI
to
pensa
talk
sobre isso.
about the opinion from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Well, I'm going to start with a sentence written down here. So, if I don't know where I am, I don't know where to go. But before we reflect upon that, and this is necessary, let me make some considerations concerning subjects that maybe concern me as a researcher.
Just to justify it, and I went to represent the ministry in a hearing in the National Senate, where they are talking about an amendment to the law that concerns civil crimes in Brazil, a 1940 law that was signed by Getúlio Vargas. And they are attempting to change that law in order to include scientific crimes. It is not yet too clear what a scientific crime is. But when we say crimes, of course, we're talking about a restriction of freedom, and scientific freedom is non-negotiable. And here we're talking about something that has a lot to do with scientific freedom. Although, of course, there's a lot of questioning on what that means and what the implications are. For sure, looking at it at the scientific perspective is extremely essential. Now, on solar radiation modification is something that we all know about. We have done it somehow. When I go to the beach and I use an umbrella, I'm changing the solar radiation. But what I do with my beach umbrella is extremely momentaneous and time-bound. When I leave the beach, the umbrella goes back and things go back to normal. What we are talking about here has a very different dimension, both in space and in time. And this could include a different message behind it. Because what is the objective in doing that type of science, investment, or even development? It is certainly not to mitigate, as it was mentioned by Pedro Ivo. It could even be the opposite. As I'm capable of mitigating a temperature increase, why would I stop emitting? I could keep emitting indefinitely. At the end of the Triassic era, in which we had a mass extinction event, there was a hike in the ppm concentration of around 8,000 ppms in a period that took around 20 to 100,000 years. Now we're talking about, in the most pessimistic scenario, of having a jump from 1,000 in a few hundred years. So, in that scale, in the most pessimistic ones, we're talking about a temperature variation of 16 degrees Celsius. So, when we try to mitigate temperature increase, if that is not aligned with emission mitigation, then all that we're doing, talking about, or developing could be rather pointless. So that implies the commitment that we cannot afford to not have, of keep fighting against emissions. That is the highest commitment that we can have as a society, as human beings on Earth. Of course, technology always allows us to adapt. We must be able to adapt to new scenarios and challenges. But the biggest challenge that we have as a society, and by society I mean human beings really, is exactly emission mitigation. And these are the root cause of everything that we're going through and the terrible scenarios that we could see in the future. All of that said, I would now like to reflect on how the MCTI, how the ministry is looking at this. In my opening remarks, I mentioned that currently, solar radiation modification is not among the MCTI's priorities. And I think it's also very important to note that in the ministry, we have a few commitments that are taken on by Brazil in the context of the Framework Convention. MCTI elaborates the national communication, and alongside these, it elaborates the national inventory for greenhouse gases. Late last year, we launched the first biannual transparency report. So these are all commitments by the MCTI. And we fulfill these commitments in an exemplary manner. I'm really thankful to our climate team. They're very hardworking. They do that in partnership with the Climate Network. So the ministry creates a community, really, to try to work for, or rather work towards our commitments. I tend to use a specific word to represent these commitments that we take and fulfill. These are cartorial commitments. What do I mean by this? We have certain activities that we must do, but to only do these formal commitments is not enough. The role of MCTI is not just one of being a notary in which we make documents available. The role of MCTI is also one of promoting scientific knowledge where it exists and identify the scientific knowledge gaps in order to move forward. And at this time, and Paulo, Pedro, and Thelma spoke about this, ICS as well. What is the ministry's perspective on this? Of course, this subject can no longer be left to the side. The world is looking at it. And it is an outlook that is very different from the one that was there before. At least now I know where we are, although we don't know where we're going. Now we need to think about what is the trajectory moving forward. This connects back to the theme of governance. The necessary governance is not just the governance among the different agencies of academia. It must also involve other political actors, the legislative branch. See, I talked about this bill to amend the law. This could represent, well, I don't even know what, but it certainly cannot represent a limitation of scientific research. And this is something that science really needs to contribute to. I even talked to the people from the climate board. Marcio was here this morning. I talked yesterday with Antonio Marcos. The ministry, what will it expect from this meeting? I'll try to be objective here. We expect a document from this meeting which demands from the ministry an effort to create an advisory board for society, and this ad hoc advisory board would have people from various areas of knowledge. For example, people who work with biodiversity, they must figure in this conversation. How does changes in solar radiation affect biodiversity? Healthcare, water resources. If I change solar radiation, of course, that will change the hydrological cycle. So there's this wide array of stakeholders that need to be called into this discussion in order to provide a roadmap for the ministry. And one thing that we will certainly have to induce is the densification of the researcher mass that have been talking about this. This theme is very restricted to small academic circles currently, and we need to expand that circle. That is my point. So I see today as a starting point so that this can start making its way into the ministry's agenda, and of course alongside the Brazilian Society for Scientific Progress and etc., for us to know what is going to be our perspective, not just as the ministry, but as the Brazilian society, of how we are moving forward.
Pedro?
Fully in agreement. Pedro?
Bom, acho que num painel que a gente fala sobre
in a panel in which we talk about Brazilian capacity and the Brazilian stance, I must listen more than talk.
Porque basicamente a formação, né, da nossa posição, ela surge a partir
the establishment of a political stance comes about only after very active listening to various perspectives of the stakeholders here. So that includes scientists, the government.
Também, quer dizer, quando a gente pensa em SRM e potenciais impactos.
In the context of SRM and the possible impact that could have in precipitation. So that will include the affected sectors, agriculture, livestock. There's this economic and social perspective that must be considered as well. So going back to the comment that I made in the previous panel, I welcome this panel very much. I think this is a very timely moment for us to have this discussion. I heard it from Clara that had with this conversation 6 years ago in ABC. But I imagine that the discussion has become a lot more informed nowadays, right? Thelma is aware, before every COP, we have coordination meetings with civil society and the ministries. Hopefully, moving forward and before any discussion on SRM, we will also be able to have a coordination meeting in order to get that input. But I wanted to comment, which I believe is important, if you allow me to make any comment on the future for that in Brazil. I think it is very much along the lines of capacity building, building knowledge on the theme, especially so we can think about the potential impact of it for our economic and social reality. And as we build capacity, that's not just about scientific knowledge, of course. It's about programs, post-graduation courses, which leads to the training of researchers for the theme. It also includes research capabilities. Before going back to Brasilia, I was acting in the Brazilian embassy in Berlin. I was responsible for the scientific and technology sector there. We created the Leipzig department. And I really marveled at one of the institutes that we visited. I won't be able to describe exactly what the technical name of it was, but they had a piece of equipment there that was able to simulate cloud forming. It's a huge piece of equipment. They could simulate the interaction between aerosols and clouds. That was amazing for me. I was thinking, I wonder if Brazil has access to this sort of thing. And I think this piece of equipment will be very necessary for us to develop knowledge on SRM impacts. So it's along those lines, building capacity, building human resources, but also laboratories, equipment, so that our knowledge base can grow bigger. Thank you. It is quite curious, right? I didn't even remember this event that we conducted in the Brazilian Academy of Sciences. Me and Pedro organized it. There was quite a significant number of people who took part. I remember at the time we had an impact analysis on Brazilian ecosystems. So you see how small events that we organize can have impact much further down the road. Thelma, please. Yeah. Whenever I see Clara as a representative of the youth. It's as if we're here as the listening to the voice of the youth. Maybe later, Clara, you could talk about this. I think we'll have time, so you can tell us how this is coordinated. I know that there is a more coordinated movement on this topic among the youth, and I think it's very important for us to hear from you how you're working in that field. So I'm a bit upset when I see that there are 3 projects that have been funded by the Greens Initiative, and we haven't even heard about it. Do we need money from outside to fund anything? I'm a bit of a nationalist in that sense. I asked Matias about this exactly for that reason. When I was in Cape Town in a workshop that was done exactly on this theme in 4 or 5 days, an exhaustive discussion on this.
Como a gente fala legislators em português? Os parlamentares? Tá. Convidaram os parlamentares.
They invited the legislators from South America, from Africa, and from Asia to be a part of that meeting. There was one legislator in Brazil. I won't go into too much detail on who it was. He took part in a meeting, which was exactly when we in South America were presenting projects. It was a shame that Inês and Milone could not be here. I address her as the dinosaur of SRM in South America. She's done the most research on this topic and has been for a really long time. But she was in an IPCC meeting and unfortunately could not attend. So, under this nationalist perspective, I believe we have the conditions to be able to fund research, and that research can be inclusive through our research support agencies, like FAPESP. I've brought this up with them. There are initiatives by other research support agencies, like CNPq. Yeah, it's a reinforcement of it. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here in Brazil. We can start to make something of our own. Because the amount of money that we became aware of today is ridiculous. It is shameful, I would say. In order for you to cover the entirety of Brazil, to have the entirety of Brazil doing research in solar radiation modification, no. Give 3 points there. That's the reality. And say that publicly. Without all that filling of countries that are being funded, when you have such a small, like I said, shameful participation. We don't even hear about these initiatives. I don't know if there was a call, very possibly, well, like Marcus said, this is often done in response to research requests.
But I have to be honest, and Pedro knows about that because he called me last year. And I told him that no one is researching on SRM. But in normal conditions, I would say that there's no one doing this kind of research. We are not doing that, not us. So this is an aspect. And I think that Brazil, I liked it a lot, Osvaldo, because you said that this moment here is a kickoff. So we should have a conceptual note. I didn't want that to die. I didn't want this event to die. Sometimes you have a Clara being born in the world, but this is something rare. So the investments we are making to have this kind of discussion is not paltry. Not only in financial terms, but in terms of putting together this kind of meeting, finding the appropriate people, understanding who is going to participate, and that we cannot bring that technical complexity. Let's have something accessible so that we can start this discussion. At some point, Osvaldo, we cannot let it die. But how do you speak about governance? Why am I concerned about governance? And I always talk about two kinds of governance, research governance and international governance. The international governance, Pedro, I've given up. 196 countries in agreement. I gave up on that. But UNEA, it's an interesting forum because they are able to build it step by step, and maybe one day we could have hope. But the research governance, what concerns
é
me
justamente em a
is
gente
that
ter a pesquisa que é
we
modelo.
should have the
Modelo é modelo,
research
você vai lá, faz, pega
with
dados,
models.
tal,
A model is a
simula.
model. You bring data, you simulate.
O que vem depois,
What comes
não
next?
necessariamente depois, né, que nós tivemos aquela apresentação do Daniel e do Do,
And
que
we
nem
had
toda
Dan's
a
and
simulação que você
Doug's
faz é passível
presentation,
depois de você fazer uma validação
and
em campo.
not always are
Tem
we
outros que podem
able
fazer,
to
sim.
validate on field, but sometimes we are able
Qual é a
to do that.
implicação de você fazer esse outdoor
And
experiment para validar
what is the
um estudo
implication
que
of
existe que é
having this
modelo? Não sei.
outdoor experiment
Eu não sei que modelo, eu não sei que resultado é esse, eu não sei que experimento é esse, eu não sei o que ele
to
vai fazer.
validate the results of your
Então, como é que eu
your
posso governar
experiment?
se eu não
I
sei o
don't
que
know.
ele
I
vai
don't know
fazer?
what kind of
Agora, no mínimo,
experiment that is,
eu acho que
but at the very
pesquisadores,
least, I believe that the researchers,
alguns pesquisadores, né,
some
que está
researchers,
nos relatórios do IPCC, se
according
reuniram
to
e
the
desenvolveram alguns
IPCC
princípios. O
reports,
Paulo
they
mostrou
should
hoje
come
alguns
together
princípios da
to
AG1,
debate
né,
some
Paulo? Que é bem
principles.
interessantes, porque fala de
Paulo has
inclusão,
shown some
ele fala que essas coisas
principles,
têm que ser transparentes,
inclusion,
né?
transparency.
Então, princípios
So
que a gente precisa
principles,
ter. Que princípios nós
that's what we
precisamos
need.
pensar?
What
Bom, eu, na
principles
verdade,
should
penso
we
assim, se nós fôssemos tocar essa
think
questão para
about?
frente, nós vamos ter que
If
formar
we are going to
pessoal
advance, we are going
ou
to
usar a capacidade
train
que nós
people
temos para que
or
eles
use the capacity we
aventurem um
have
pouco
so
além da
that they
parte de
can go
modelagem
beyond in
atmosférica, né,
terms of
Paulo? Talvez, né,
atmospheric
Sérgio
modeling,
Chambrizi e outros tantos bons
maybe
pesquisadores que nós temos no
Chambrizi
Brasil,
or
para
other
começar a se
researchers
aventurar
we have in Brazil, so that we can
nessa
start
área.
entering
Mas eu
this
acho
field.
que
But I
a gente
believe
tem uma
that
preocupação tão grande com os
we
potenciais
have
impactos, né,
a great
riscos,
concern with the
impactos, é
potential
o que vem à nossa
impacts and
cabeça. Eu
risks,
acho que a gente teria que priorizar as nossas
and we
pesquisas.
should prioritize our
A grande
research.
preocupação que eu tenho é com a parte da
My
agricultura.
greatest concern
Qual vai ser o impacto
is
disso?
agriculture.
Algumas
What
culturas
is
podem
going
até se
to be
beneficiar,
the
outras não, não
impact? Some
sei. As
cultures might
florestas também.
benefit,
Você tem
maybe
uma
some
série de
forests.
preocupações
I don't
que
know.
são muito
So we have
regionais.
several regional
Não
concerns.
é global,
It's not something
tá?
global.
O resultado ele tem que ser um pouco mais
The
regionalizado.
outcomes must be
E aí que eu acho que a
regionalized.
gente poderia
And
começar a
that's
definir,
where
se
I
nós
think we
fôssemos
should start defining.
começar a pensar
If
de
we are
onde a
going
gente
to start
começa
to think
com as nossas preocupações sobre
where we
SRM,
start with
acho
our
que a gente pode começar a elencar e
SRM
começa a
concerns, we
tentar ver
could
como é que a gente parte
make a
dali
list, and from
para um
this list
passo
we could
além.
understand the next
Então, eu
steps.
acredito que,
So I
sim,
believe that,
precisa de,
yes,
no
we
mínimo,
need
uma governança. Você
at
estava falando
least
que
a
os
governance.
parlamentares foram, acho que foram 6 ou 7 daqui da América
We
do Sul,
had 6 or
todos
7
uníssonos
Congress people
em dizer não
in
devem
South
tocar o assunto
America,
da COP.
and they all said,
Todos,
don't take this
todos,
topic to
né?
COP. All
Nenhum
of them
deles
said
entendia
that.
nada de nada. Um
And
deles, o
they
bichinho,
didn't
saiu assim
know
até no final, pouco tempo
anything
de
about
mesa.
anything.
Foi assim impressionante, assim, a
One of
capacidade que ele
them
teve
was from Chile, and he
de
was taking
assimilar,
part
de se
of
preocupar,
different
de se
tables
engajar
because he
como
had this great
parlamentar.
ability
E
to
por que que a gente
engage as
pensou,
a
por
congressperson.
que eles pensaram em levar os
And
parlamentares?
why did
Em algum
they
ponto
think
se
about
entende que vai ter
bringing
que ter
the
alguma
Congress
legislação
people?
que
Because
regule
at some point
algum tipo de coisa.
we are going
Por
to
exemplo,
need a legislation.
em Cape Town, acho que uma
For
coisa que
instance,
foi
in
bem
Cape
discutida
Town,
foi a questão de comunicação.
they discussed
Quem vai fazer um
communications.
experimento tem que informar. Olha,
If you're
vamos falar.
doing an
Hoje,
experiment,
se
you
vier
have
aqui
to
alguém
inform
fazer
society.
uma pesquisa
Today,
em
if we have
conjunto e vai levar uma
something,
amostra, ele
uh,
tem que pedir autorização,
we
demora pra
have this
caramba,
research,
mas ele sai bonitinho,
and
copiando
if you
tudo.
have a sample, and
Eu acho que é
you need a
imprescindível que
license,
a
and it's
transparência
regulated. So
seja dada
this
para que a gente tenha
transparency
conhecimento
is
dos
paramount,
potenciais
so that we are aware
impactos. Não, pode ser que não
about
seja
the
nada, pode ser
potential
pequena,
impacts.
não importa.
Maybe it's nothing,
Não só
something
alguém tem que
trifle,
saber,
but it doesn't
como alguém
matter.
tem que saber transmitir
Someone must know about that,
comunidade
and
de maneira geral para que vocês sejam
someone must
incluídos.
convey
Quando a
that
gente
to the
fazia os
community
experimentos do
so that
LBA,
we are
Paulo,
inclusive.
você deve lembrar
When we
bastante
had
disso,
our LBA
e ia com
experiments, Paulo,
equipamento, né, para a
and we took
Amazônia,
our
o
equipment
pessoal ia
to
lá
the
antes
Amazon,
para falar para as comunidades.
people went before the equipment to talk about the experience to the community. We are going to do this, you're going to see American people, and we explained, right, Paulo?
dessa, digamos assim,
So we must have this domain, this ability to build. And I'm always concerned about representation. You must emphasize the three items, governance and so on. And you asked many different people. And my answer when you asked me, I said, as a researcher, I will never tell you that we are not in favor of research. I don't accept ignorance. At some point, you're going to have a public policy and it must be informed. So information is key within this process. So my concern is how to start building all this set of concerns in a way that makes sense, a coherent way, with the beginning, the middle, the end, transparency, and so on. If you allow me, Paulo, I'm going to give the floor to Clara so that she can talk about the youth perception. And how do you see yourselves included in this discussion? I think in Brazil we don't have much of that, but I would like to know how the youth is reacting to this kind of technology or portfolio of technologies that in reality could have risks, endangering next generations. I wanted to listen about the youth, Clara. I'm not representing all the youth in the world, of course, but speaking about youth and SRM and the development of technical and professional capacities is an issue of intergenerational justice. One of the main things driving our work at GST, where I work with Leah, is climate justice. And one of the components of climate justice is intergenerational justice. And it's impossible to speak about SRM without talking about that. And this is one of the reasons why I decided 20 years ago to I started to contemplate this topic because it's not only about understanding what the youth is thinking about that today, but understanding that the youth today are going to make the decisions about these technologies within 5 to 10 years. So it doesn't mean, of course, that we must engage the youth to work more with this topic, but we need more young people understanding what these technologies are because it's going to affect their lives from their young age until their death in case it's going to be used. I don't know if you mentioned that in this event, but many of these technologies are not something used only once and that's all. They're used over decades. So we would have to have an entire generation living with this technology. And we must know what this future generation, the youth of today, is thinking about that. And as you said, Thelma, in Brazil, we don't have much dialogue among young people about this topic, but internationally, a part of my work is related to that. Just to give you an example, here at DSG, I've been working with different communities in the Arctic so that they can know, they can tell us how they feel when they hear about the technology and what futures they foresee different from these technologies. So, and this is applied everywhere in the world. Besides this general analysis on what they think, their opinion is very important to inform public policies because you build a plan, for instance, to use these technologies or even to build governance around it based on what the citizens think. At least that should be the way. And another point that concerns the technical capacity and the scientific capacity is that young researchers today, within some decades, will have researched for longer about that. They are going to be the future experts. And I believe that developing this feeling of belonging to this scientific community is something very important. Within some weeks, we are going to organize the first conference for young researchers to try and develop this joint research agenda. It's a pity that we don't have any Brazilian researcher participating. It doesn't mean that we don't have young researchers working with SRM, but they are not in the conference, and we don't have many from Latin America. But I hope this situation changes, that they are a majority within a few years, because, of course, it's not only important for the development, for their professional development, for this scientific legacy. We know that research won't inform only the implementation and the use of this technology, but we need this knowledge to understand if you're going to use it or not, or if in the case of this undue use by a single country, we know how to remediate that. Not speaking about young people and SRM,
Ticking the box, sabe? Não, é
it's not only a
realmente
matter of
uma
ticking the
conversa
box, it's
geracional e de
a,
humanidade
an
também, que a gente lida com
intergenerational
problemas tão
conversation. It's
complexos
about
que não
humanity
afetam só o
on
presente, mas
how
o
to
futuro
deal
de
with complex
todos.
problems that is not affecting the present only, but the future of us all.
Eu sempre lembro do
Thank you,
seguinte,
Clara.
né? Dos
I
aspectos
always remember
éticos e
the
morais das mudanças
ethical
climáticas.
and moral
Porque quem está
aspects from
nascendo
climate
hoje
change, because who
vai
is
ter
being born
70 anos
today
em
is going to be
2090,
70 in 2090,
enfrentando clima muito
facing
mais inóspito do que a nossa
a
geração enfrentou
much
agora.
harder
E a grande
climate
pergunta é:
than our
que
generation.
direito
And the
nós
greatest
temos
question
de
is,
condenar
what
essas
rights
gerações
do we
que
have
acabaram de nascer ou que vão nascer daqui a alguns anos, né,
to
para uma dificuldade gigantesca,
hamper
onde
their future?
certamente, provavelmente, bilhões de pessoas não
Where,
vão
because
conseguir fazer
billions
essa
of people won't
transição
be able
para o
to
novo clima
transition
que
into this
vai
new
vir, sem
climate
dúvida
that is
nenhuma.
going to
Então,
come.
essa questão ética e moral
This
que
moral
a
and
Clara
ethical
levanta, eu
issue
acho
that Clara
que
is
vai se
bringing
tornar cada vez mais
is going to
importante, e é uma
become
pena
more
que
and
essas
more
questões
important.
éticas e morais não são
And it's a
guia
pity
para as
that they are not a
discussões nas
guideline for
convenções
the
climáticas, quando
discussions in the
você fica
climate
nas
conventions.
tecnalidades das emissões versus
You
absorções.
only
Mas
consider
essas questões éticas são
the,
fundamentais, porque
the,
todos nós somos
the
seres
technical
humanos, seres vivos, e a gente
practices,
tem
but
que
the ethical
preocupar
issues are
com as
key
novas
because we are
gerações que
human
estão
beings
aparecendo por
and
aí.
we
Eu tenho
have
uma
to
filha
be
de 8
concerned
anos de
with the new
idade. Quando
generations.
eu olho
I
para ela e
have a
falo, olha,
daughter
tua
who
vida
is
não
8
vai
years
ser
old, and I
mole
look
em
at her and I
2060,
say, Your life won't be
2070 e vai
easy
por
in
aí afora,
2060,
né? A gente
2070.
tem sempre que lembrar essa questão.
We
Né?
have to remember
Bom,
that.
então eu acho que com isso a gente encerra essa mesa.
Now we
E
are
aí eu vou
closing
passar a
this
palavra
roundtable,
então
and
para o
I'm going to
Roberto
give the floor
Kishinami
to
e
Roberto
para o Oswaldo
Kishinami
para
and
palavras de
Osvaldo
encerramento.
for his final remarks.
Oi? Pode ter, se você... Desculpa. Vai lá, que eu olhei para a plateia meio...
I looked at the audience and you didn't raise your hand. I thought there was no question. I was going to ask at the end of the different participants, but I thought my questioning was about governance. Maybe I'm wrong. So my name is Guilherme Jardim. I'm from the Forum of Water Defense in the Federal District. I'd like to congratulate you. I'm an environmentalist since 75, and I'm very close to this kind of topic. And you were able to shift some of my paradigms concerning climate and the environment. I'm here until now. When we think the seminar is boring, we make up a meeting and we go away, but this is not the case. So my provocation for the Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Foreign Affairs is that we know that when the administration changes, the policies change. And we have some state policies, those that stay in the United States, they used to have it until Trump. Now they're having a lot of change. My question is, what is academia and community, scientific community? What could you do? Because despite of the evidence and technical data, what could we do to convince the governments and the Congress should develop the state policies and the importance of studying and promoting this knowledge? When you talk about engaging the youth, I go beyond. I think that the population should be engaged. The Brazilian society should be engaged. Environmental studies in schools, scientific studies, they are generic. We must engage society so that they know what's happening, because society must know. And we need this literacy so that the population is able to understand. This is very important because we know when a policy must change in a radical way, the society is involved, as we've seen during the demonstrations during the weekend. That's when the government's here. When there's denialism everywhere in the world, the population must be engaged to instigate the change. So I wanted to know from the ministry, from Foreign Affairs, what is the capacity that academia and scientific community, governments and ministries have today to engage population in this public policy itself, to try and convince people, showing them if you go on using plastic, that's what's going to happen. If you go on using water this way, if you have, Mayor, this kind of sanitation, and if agribusiness, if you have this kind of agriculture, we are doomed. We are going to end this civilization. So this is my provocation to you. Thank you.
It is a healthy provocation, yes. I will certainly leave it to my colleagues to go into the details of your question. There are so many sides to it. On one hand, the community involvement, the literacy, the communication, on that, I would say that that is the biggest challenge that science has nowadays. The gap between our language and the language of the people, and by the way, the language of the legislators is quite great. In order to do science, we base ourselves on data, papers, peer reviews, and so on. Legislators work differently. It is often in a very different perspective. They work through ethics, negotiations, concessions. Today, we've seen we're living through a coalition government with various points of view. And those who work with governance, they must know how to negotiate in an environment where there are so many varied points of view. And it's the same thing in society. Brazilian society nowadays, and here I'm not, this is not prejudice, but if we look at the growth of the Pentecostal religions with whom it is very challenging to negotiate at the scientific level, this is something that I simply don't know how to deal with, how to tackle. So this is something we must deal with. On the ministry itself, my position is one of trust. I am a professor in the Federal University of Santa Maria, and I have been conceded by the university to be the director of the Science, Climate, and Sustainability Department at the ministry. Of course, I have an administration. It will run out, and I will go back to the university and teach my classes. But the ministry has something very unique. So, for example, the people who are here who work in the climate group, they are career people, just like our diplomats. So many of the activities developed by the ministry, they go beyond the limits of any one administration. So the Climate Network, for example, which was created when Sergio Rezende was the Minister of Science and Technology, it kept active even after Dilma's impeachment, even after and during Bolsonaro's administration, and it is still active. And many of the things that we do here in the ministry are supported by this network of researchers, which encompasses, well, pretty much the entirety of Brazil, over 400 researchers. The history of what the ministry does is very much correlated to the persistence of these people who are career employees. So because of these things, I'm more or less comfortable about the fact that if we establish a program in the ministry, for example, after this meeting, regardless of Osvaldo being here or not next year, I know that it will remain, because the people here will take that forward. One of the difficulties that we have is that the minister changes, the secretary changes, the directors change, but things keep happening. And I could mention many examples. I was here when Halper was the minister. I hosted a crew that came to talk about the Amazon Face project, Quesada and La Vila Polo. And I told my secretary, when they come back, tell them I'm on a trip. It was such a crazy idea. I was like, this is never happening. So if you go to Manaus and you see the structure of Amazon Face, it's unbelievable what Brazil was able to build. The Yato Tower as well. So these are things that have surpassed many governments. It goes little by little until it becomes a reality. So this is what I see here. We have the opportunity of building something robust. And it will depend exactly on the persistence of the people who are currently here in the ministry and on the persistence of the scientific community who will support these people or otherwise. So the connection between the ministry and the academia is essential. My role here, my bureaucratic role, is to bridge that gap. So from the ministry side, I am not concerned about the fact that we'd be able to leave this meeting with clear, concrete intentions. Hopefully this meeting will not just be an end in and of itself. And I am pretty sure that this will take place. And the issue of how to educate society on this is the crux of the matter, right? Thank you for your question. That's right. If I may, the Einstein Hospital invited me the other day to talk to the directors. I prepared a
Parece
talk
Paulo Artacho, sim.
like Paulo Artacho's.
Né? E quando eu cheguei lá, no
And when I got there to the
eles tinham
hospital,
trazido toda a comunidade de
they had brought
Paraisópolis,
in the
que é uma
entirety of the
comunidade
Paraisópolis
pobre,
community, a poor
que
community
eles dão assistência contínua.
that they provide
Eram
continuous assistance to.
50, 60
So we had
jovens.
about 50 to 60 young people there.
Bom, mudei toda a minha. Eu falei,
So
opa, entrei lá, falei, que
I
é isso?
realized I was thoroughly
Não
unprepared.
posso dar
I
essa
changed
palestra,
everything
dar uma
right on the fly.
palestra que chegue a essa
I needed
mocidade,
to
né?
give a talk that can reach these people.
E então eu fico pensando que a gente, na
So
verdade,
I'm left to wonder
essas parcerias,
that we need to
parceiros que
continuously
precisam
seek
nos
out the
ajudar
partners who are
a levar o
able
negócio. Porque
to
cada
help
daqueles
us to
vai levar para a
take that
escola,
message on.
vai
Each one
levar
of
para
those kids
casa.
will take that message home
A USP
to their
faz,
classes.
todo ano ela faz
The
o
University of São
Pensa
Paulo
Brasil,
every
né?
year conducts
E aí
the
foi
used to
interessante
be
que ano
Pensa Brasil
passado eu
event.
estive lá, eles tinham um painel,
Last time I was
e
there
eu estava num painel e
and they were
do
holding a
lado
panel. I
estavam
was in a panel and
representantes da Associação
next to
de
me was a
Favelas
representative from
do
the
Estado de São Paulo.
Association of
E
Favelas
chocante
of
depois
the
quando
state
eu
of São
fiz a fala
Paulo.
dele,
When he
ele falou o
spoke, it was
seguinte, a
quite
gente está falando
shocking.
de
He
clima, a gente
said,
está falando
we're
de
talking about
preocupação,
climate and concerns.
como é que a gente consegue levar
How
isso
can we
para uma favela
take
onde a
these
família já
messages
está
into a
indo
favela, into a slum,
3 da manhã
where
para
people
pegar a condução do
leave their
elevador para
homes
chegar
at
às 8,
3 a.m. to
sai
reach
de lá às
their
7, chega em
workplace
casa
at 8,
meia-noite para
they leave
cozinhar
at
ainda,
7
levar
p.m.,
marmita
they
para
have
fazer
to get
comida.
home and
Como é que
cook.
vocês esperam que a gente
How do you
consiga
expect us
levar essa
to
realidade
bring
de
this
clima?
message, the climate
Nossa, aquilo
message there?
caiu para mim, sabe? Eu falava, pô, mas foi
That
difícil.
dropped like
Difícil porque a gente
a sack of
não
potatoes into my consciousness.
essa
It's
sensibilidade, né?
we often
Ao
don't
mesmo tempo que a
have
gente quer que
that
chegue,
sensibility.
a gente sabe
While
que
we
tem
want the message to get there,
outras
we know
prioridades
that there are
maiores, que
so
clima não é
many
a
higher
prioridade.
priorities.
Água é,
Water is a
água é,
priority.
saneamento é.
Sanitation is a
Sabe? Esse
priority.
é o caminho. Eu chegava lá
That
e
is the
falava, ó,
path.
então, eu acho que a gente tem que começar a construir
So
essas
yeah, I
parcerias.
think we
Eu
have to
acho que a
start building
sociedade
these
civil
partnerships
é
in
uma
that way.
enorme parceira,
Civil
enorme,
society can be a
enorme.
huge partner,
Então, eu acho que a partir daí não coloco
not a
tanto
hindrance.
a responsabilidade nas costas do governo. Acho que tem
So
responsabilidade,
the
sim, porque é
government
possível.
does have a great deal
Vocês
of
têm a
responsibility,
coisa com os acadêmicos
but
têm que ajudar a
academia
construir
must
essas
help.
pontes com as
We
comunidades,
must continuously
dialogando
help to build that
de uma
bridge
forma que
with the
seja,
society
que pegue eles no coração,
in a way that touches
e não
them,
falar de
that
tal,
touches on their
é
issues.
no coração. E a água é uma
And
delas.
water is
Era
one of
isso
those
que eu acho.
paths.
O que eu tenho experimentado, o que eu tenho sentido.
That's what I have been trying, and what I felt has had an
Só
effect.
para também deixar meu comentário, a Thelma
And just as a
falou
final
que eu
remark
queria
here,
justamente falar, que é a
Thelma
questão
said
do
exactly what I wanted to say
que eu acho que é
on civil
fundamental, e a
society.
gente que
That's
está
essential.
mais próximo do regime de clima, vê que a sociedade
When we're
civil
closer to the
brasileira é
climate
muito
regime, we see
ativa,
that
né, nessa área,
the Brazilian
se
society
vê
is very
também, por
active in
exemplo,
that area.
instituições da periferia do Rio de
There are
Janeiro,
institutions from the Rio de Janeiro peripheries,
no norte brasileiro,
from the Brazilian
que tem
north,
essa capilaridade,
who
né,
have
junto à
that
população,
capillarity
que a
with the
gente aqui em
population,
Brasília não
which
consegue ter.
we here in
Então, acho
Brasilia
que
are
eles
simply
têm um
not able to
papel
have.
que é essencial
So they
nesse
have an
processo.
essential role in that
Agora, eu
process.
acho que estão muito distantes da
But
questão
yeah,
do SRM.
they are
Acho que
very
ainda
far from
está
SRF.
totalmente fora do
I
radar
think it's
da
completely out
sociedade civil
of
brasileira.
the radar of Brazilian society.
Exato. Então, acho que, de novo, acho que é um processo,
So
né,
again,
de
it's a
construção,
process,
e realmente espero que, né, a nossa sociedade civil abrace também
and hopefully
no
our
sentido
civil
de
society will also
questionar,
embrace that
trazer,
theme in the sense.
Durante a reunião da Academia Anual da Academia Brasileira de Ciências, nós montamos um grupo de pesquisadores que ficam circulando pelas comunidades do Rio de Janeiro, dando palestras, dando falhas sobre mudanças climáticas globais. Eles juntam a comunidade inteira na quadra dos colégios, que é o espaço que eles têm, e aí a gente vai falar sobre física quântica, inteligência artificial, mudanças climáticas e vai por aí afora.
Climate change
Então,
and so
isso
on.
agora faz parte da nossa atividade.
So now that is
normal.
all part of our
Outra
normal
questão
daily
importante
activities.
é a que está trazendo
Another
a
important
COP30.
issue
Eu
is
tenho programa
COP30.
semanal sobre a
I have a
COP30 na
weekly
rádio
program
CBN.
in the
Tem
TBN radio on the COP30. around 50 to 20 million people listen to that show, and that's about COP30. That 5 to 10 years ago was unthinkable. So what I mean is society is changing. They are demanding answers from science, and science is in turn changing in order to meet those needs. Any other question? So I think now I can wrap up this panel. Thank you so much. So please, Roberto and Osvaldo will make their final remarks and conduct the closing ceremony.
Bem, acho que os principais recados que eu poderia dar, eu já falei na minha intervenção anterior, né? Da expectativa do MCTI, de como a gente está olhando a continuidade dessa reunião. Então, sobre isso eu não vou tocar no assunto. Só gostaria, então, na verdade, era de agradecer ao ISC, agradecer ao pessoal que ajudou a organizar essa reunião, agradecer ao Itamaraty e também o pessoal da coordenação de clima aqui do departamento, que é quem, na verdade, quem toca o barco, quem faz as coisas acontecer, né? E eu fico muito satisfeito, eu tive que sair no meio da manhã, mas à tarde eu tinha me comprometido com o Paulo, com a Thelma e com o Roberto a semana passada que eu ia ficar aqui o dia inteiro. Mas isso, na nossa agenda, a gente nunca pode prometer absolutamente nada, né? Mas durante a tarde eu fiquei, então acho que foi um aprendizado para mim, tá? E para vocês terem uma ideia de quanto isso foi importante, e quando eu fiquei sabendo que nós iríamos com o ISC fazer esse evento aqui, e eu não me considero uma pessoa cientificamente ignorante, mas eu tive que aprender o que era o SRM, né? Sabe? Quer dizer, e quantas de nós aqui, quantas das pessoas que estão aqui ouviram, eu já tinha ouvido falar brevemente, mas, sabe, até mesmo pela minha atividade na Organização Meteorológica Mundial, mas nunca tinha parado, sabe, para me deter exatamente o que era, o que estava por trás, onde é que estava o dinheiro, as coisas todas que são importantes. Então, isso foi realmente um aprendizado. E eu não tenho dúvida nenhuma que esse assunto não pode ficar na prateleira de baixo das prioridades do MCTI, como eu falei antes. Eu falei antes que até então isso realmente não era prioridade. Não era prioridade por algumas questões que a gente tem muitas outras questões para tocar, e também não estávamos sendo, digamos assim, chacoalhado, né, para poder, sabe, olhar isso. Então, na verdade, embora o MCTI tenha sido parceiro na organização, mas eu diria que muito mais pelo ISC, pela Thelma, pelo Paulo, pelo Pedro, que estão envolvidos nessa agenda há muito mais tempo, é que possibilitam que o MCTI venha a ser agora
um parceiro
e como
the ministry to be a partner.
Não apenas ser parceiro, né? Nós temos que também reconhecer
We
que
need to also
protagonismo.
recognize that the ministry can no longer be a notary office. It needs to be a facilitator.
Vai evoluir. Então era só isso, e muito obrigado pela presença de vocês. E eu fico muito feliz de ter a oportunidade de ser.
I'm very happy to have had the opportunity of being with you today. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, então, a todos pela
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the persistence.
Mas eu acho que do nosso lado a gente fica bem feliz assim com
From our side, we're quite happy with this event.
Nós, na verdade, temos então agora a expectativa de continuar com
It is our expectation right now to continue along the same lines that you mentioned.
Vamos ter uma nota conceitual, tá certo?
We are going to release a conceptual charter after this event.
Na sequência, então, poderíamos pensar aí vocês, né? Já tem as
Afterwards, we, of course, can assign a body of scientists to study it. I think that is the line of work that could help us in having a clearer roadmap going forward.
Consultas, né? Formação de
we can have consultations and have some way to amass opinions. We could join various topics.
O tema de SRM, or solar radiation.
For sure, SRM will end up joining overshooting.
A ultrapassagem temporária, tá certo? Tipping points, quer dizer,
the tipping points. So these are various themes that I believe will be conjoined.
Debater, formar, não exatamente uma posição, mas difundir, né, os trabalhos e tudo que vai ter.
We have to disseminate the work and everything that surrounds it.
Na verdade, de contexto futuro, né?
This will for sure be very relevant for our climate future.
Para esses outros vários temas, né?
And that will cover many themes for sure.
E que vão ser necessários, assim, para alguém estava falando em letramento, né?
I think someone had mentioned the issue of literacy.
Climática vai envolver isso, né? Novo contexto.
This will be very relevant. A new climate context. The overshooting, the 1.5 and all of the implications around it.
Pontos sem retorno, etc., vão ser parte, na verdade, de
all of that will be a part of a new culture, I would say.
Mas eu quero agradecer.
Anyway, once again, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you to the very large team that made a lot of effort to make this happen.
Nós estamos presentes, né? Larissa, podia.
Larissa.
No.
No.
O Adriano.
Adriano as well.
Adriano. Cofres, tudo. Tá certo? E também tem aqui do MCTI, tem
And from MCTI, we have Jussara. She's no longer here, but she also represents an important team.
Perfeito. Muito bom. E o Márcio também, Rojas.
And Márcio Rojas, who has helped us a lot.
Perfeito. Todas, né?
All of them.
O pessoal da Collab, tá certo? O Sandro. Né?
Collab team with Sandro in the back.
Eu acho que.
Well,
é isso, tá bom? Obrigado,
that's it.
Gente.
Thank you so much. See you next time.
Agradecemos imensamente os palestrantes, moderadores
We would like to thank the speakers, moderators, and participants for this rich debate on solar radiation modification and the Institute for Climate and Society, the Ministry of Technology and Innovation, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This seminar is